What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, everybody, to Rumors of the Dead. All right, I got my earpiece on. We're good to go. Looks like camera and mic's working good. You guys will notice the layout's a little more still this week, but I was just making sure we had all of our changes made in there. It is seeming to run a little bit smoother. Let's hope that causes us a little less technical issues along the way. Either way, though, welcome everyone. I'm glad you guys all got to join me. Well, join us, should I say. Welcome to Rumors of the Dead, our little interactive Vampire the Masquerade game here on Twitch. It is set in Los Angeles, and the reason it is interactive is because you guys can head to the Ko-Fi shop and add as many rumors and evidence to those rumors as you wish, essentially giving you, the chat, the entire or the complete capability of writing our game for us. So I'm just here as the storyteller to moderate rules and handle questions and try to improvise around it, but it is you, the chat, who actually creates the story. If you want any more details on that, head over to the Ko-Fi shop. You can check it out, and you'll see what rumors we already have in effect that are there, what evidence has been added, and add your own. It's a great way to support the stream and help write the story. Excuse me. But I don't want to spend too much time on it. Let's go ahead and jump right into our players. Mr. Clark Kent, if you want to tell us who you are playing.
Clark, and I'll be playing Jamal this evening. Texas vampire, new to California, trying to find his way in the kindred society.
There you go. I need to get you guys clan symbols right over top of your tokens here as well. So
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I never thought about it, but I could probably put a light coat right over top of the token. Man, I'm drawing a total blank as to your clan for a second.
La Sombra.
La Sombra, thank you. I could not think of the name of it to save my life. I kept wanting to say Malkavian, I knew that wasn't right. I mean, you might all be crazy, but... Alright, next up is Mr. Paul. Paul, okay, if you want to tell us who you are playing.
Hey there, folks. I'm Paul. I'll be playing our Nosferatu. He is an LA native, and, works a fixer, many senses of the word.
There we go. All right. Since it was asked in chat, and speaking of our wannabe Malkavian, yeah, he had a flight to catch and was unable to make the stream, so we will be missing Jive Man tonight. Wherever you're at, Snowcone, we do hope you travel safe and all that good stuff, and we'll see you again next week. But let me go ahead and jump to Jackal, if you want to tell us who you're playing, our newest
Hello.
kindred.
Yes, I'm the Jackal. I play as Marina, our clan's, the thing's Toreador. My brain is not working with me tonight. But yeah, she's very new to a lot of this stuff, and it's going to be some interesting learning.
That's exactly it. And last but not least, Mr. Numerous, if you want to tell us who you're playing this week.
I am Numerousness playing Numar, La Sombra kindred sired by Jamal.
And you're getting really good at that pointing thing.
Yeah, I figured out which corner it is. Thank goodness the boxes don't change too much. But yeah, just now in LA. Came from Texas.
Living the LA dream. In from Texas. Is everything really bigger in Texas? Is that true? I asked the guy who definitely does not actually live in Texas.
Probably everything besides the buildings.
Yeah, everything except for the buildings. They have to worry about weather. That's probably true. All right. Well,
everything except for Alexis.
that sounds about right. All right. Well,
someone would get that joke.
Somebody had to get it right. All right. Well, let's jump on into it then. I don't want to spend too much time on the fluff. Last week, our guys, our crew here, had, man, what did you guys get into? You spent actually most of your time mixed between meeting with the Baron and introducing your.
Well, no, that was.
Was that last week?
Before. This one was one where I think Snowcone went into a fight and actually won.
Yeah,
unexpected and unheard of, but he pulled it off.
I was stepping back a little
uh,
bit too early. You're right. So we had already introduced Marina to the Baron. Last week was when we stepped into Ruku's new dojo that he's built in the sub basement of his tiki karaoke bar.
It's
Have you
not a
guys?
well-maintained fighting pit, and it's only been
No.
used once.
Right. Has anyone figured out what clan he is, by the way, yet? Because I am trying to figure out, what clan is into tiki bars and karaoke. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's a bloodline dependent thing. Karaoke just comes inherently with the bloodline, I'm sure.
Anarch, probably.
I mean, Anarch definitely, but as far as to like, I'm thinking Toreador, man. Like he's just his own
maybe.
brand of Toreador, right? He's his own brand of Toreador. To him, it is beauty. But either way, yeah, they spent a little time in the fighting pit. Snowcone did actually win a fight. He did. He won it by using defense in his own way. He waited for his opponent to wear themselves out and finally dropping the final blow once they had exhausted themselves. That's when you guys headed back to Marina's apartment. I think you guys spent the rest of the session there, where you had contacted Marina's should I say Pedrov's lawyer, Marina Sire's lawyer, tried to settle the affairs.
Yeah, we did rest before that, though. I know we did take a rest, and then, yeah.
Everybody got a full night's rest for a change. That's always nice. Let's see, but yeah, you dealt with Anthony Petrov's lawyer, who claimed that he has everything under control, and he'll let you know when he needs you to sign the paperwork. We'll see how that plays itself out, whether it's as simple as all that or not. And then you spent a lot of time, I think, dealing with Tara and her usual craziness as she made chicken for everyone. But yeah, that's it. But the discussion was had at the end of last session to possibly go and meet with Damian Steele, who you guys had previously met, a Ventru that is also a landlord, much like yourselves, but owns a slightly nicer piece of property, if you would say so, where more of the financial institutions are. Towards the eastern portion of West LA, still within Izzy's territory, but has a slightly better couple of blocks, but right next door to those couple of blocks and still technically within his domain is the kind of gangland territory where you were told this gang member that you're trying to track down may be located. So you thought it would be a good idea to maybe speak with him. I think that was the last thing that we had discussed. Of course, that's up to you guys. You tell me where you want to go. It's entirely up to you. But yeah, you have all of Los Angeles at your disposal. Hell, the whole world, man. Let's plan a road trip.
Road trip.
Can't wait to put all of you in a Winnebago. All the windows spray painted black. Surely that won't get pulled over.
Just go to a natural park and hide off and feed on the on the travelers.
Feed on the travelers and wildlife. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the animals. It's a lifestyle. It's one where I've heard that there are things in the wilds that would be then hunting us. So
who was it last night that asked? Who was it last night that asked me if you could live under the ocean on fish?
Oh, that was me. That was me.
that's also a lifestyle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing, but I feel like, just being underwater, you're going to get that, like, corpse bloat, right? You know what I mean? Like, you're eventually going to, yeah, scuba suit. Yeah, that's an option. How do you eat?
Like, you're supernaturally maintained. They did it before scuba suits, mind you. I recall that Nosferatu have had histories of living with rivers. Like, bays. Deep ocean is a little bit more suspect. Like, you don't want to be going down into, like, a good 500 feet deep areas, because then there's more stuff that might be eating you. But
that's the thing. You got to start worrying about things that are big enough to bite back. But like, as far as just not having to breathe, being able to hide things at the bottom of the bay, like, that's pretty brilliant, right? I know we definitely saw that in LAbyNight. I think it was season 2, the secret hatch in the bay. That whatever Snowcone was dealing with.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. That shit's like 3 years old. It's not even a spoiler anymore. But yeah. It's. I think it was actually a subplot anyway. So yeah, sorry. But yeah. That's the thing. Anyway, let's get to it. Yeah, I unless we're all planning on jumping in the ocean, we can get back to the game.
All right, so let's see. So I think we left off. We were about to I think we're about to head out to go talk to this Steel, right?
Yeah,
See,
you
that's the
guys are
last thing we were
currently
doing.
still at at Marina's
Yeah.
new penthouse, or old penthouse, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, discussion was had. I don't think anyone had contacted him or sent any word yet, but you do have contact info for him.
Are we all together right now?
Yeah. Everybody was together. As far as Snowcone goes, he got a text message. Said he had some affairs to deal with, and with his Colorado contacts. That there was some issues going on, and that he had to resolve some matters. He would be back in a day. He felt that you guys could handle a single gang member by themselves. He has a lot of faith in you, more than I do. But yeah,
So,
he excused himself.
All
No
right,
wave.
so I'm guessing we're gonna be heading out to find this Steel fellow that you guys apparently know, right?
Yeah.
Only by like a single meeting, but
All right.
we have his card, right? Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do we plan to use to get there?
We have shot up van. Or have we been informed yet of the numerous fancy cars, or is that still
No.
a thing just in your head?
Nope. I've not said anything about that yet.
Yep.
Cool.
I love it.
We have shot up
That's
van,
hilarious.
or
We last saw him at the club.
Oh.
That was like 10 feet from this place.
fair enough. We
I
could
thought-
just actually go down to the club to check.
Yeah, we could walk downstairs.
That's a good start.
All right. Because I thought he the Baron said something about reaching out and trying to contact him or finding him, right?
You do know that you
If I
have
remember
seen him numerous
Oh.
times before at the club, but that could just be random coincidence as well. But yeah, you also know that he owns domain on the eastern border of West
But do we know
LA
like
as well.
specifically like where is a find spot
I
for
don't-
him
there is-
inside this domain, or
There is no specifics
Who has the
anywhere in
card?
this campaign, but if I had to pick,
Like-
it would be closer to Hollywood, because it
I
is
know,
kind
but
of
I
like
mean,
in the
more
financial
specifically, do we
districts.
have a thing on a business card that says
Oh, yeah.
that we can go to this location to
Yes.
find this asshole?
Yes, so that's the interesting thing is it did actually have what appeared, it wasn't, like your typical piece of paper with a name or, a Dropbox location on it. It was a official business card for Damian Steele, accounting and CEO, like he had a whole list of titles that he had appended to his name. And it seems that at very least he keeps a mortal mask as well among the business world. So you have an official location for his offices as well, where he would probably spend most of his time.
All right. I may have something that might fit a little bit better with the area. I think it's up by Hollywood, right?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Given the description, if you passed along the address, you would know it's somewhere probably in this area. So somewhere like that.
Reaching over, she grabs all the keys and the little thing near the elevator.
Have a collection of
Do I
fobs.
see do I see what the brands are on the fob?
Yeah.
Can I
If
clock
you,
fancy cars immediately?
I tell you what, go ahead and give me a wits awareness. Let's see how much
Sure.
attention you're paying.
I like the jingly jangly thingies that make the car go vroom.
Shiny things catch my attention.
Ooh.
I lost my straw and I'm sad about it. Here it is.
Ew,
Oh.
passable, but
That's a lot
Ooh.
of dice for so few
Yeah.
successes. But luckily,
Yeah.
you are only trying to see, the make and model that are listed on the keys. not too hard. You definitely see at least a BMW and a Lexus symbol. Those stand out pretty much, and they always put like the big symbol on there. They want you to know that you're driving one. You know what I mean? So those would be the two that stand out probably the most.
There's your head is drooling.
All right,
Yeah.
this should take us. We should be able to take the elevator down to the. I think the.
You
the
can.
Parking.
Yeah, you have specific access. Like from the penthouse, you can get to any level that you need to get to. You know what I mean? As
That's
far
dope.
as getting into yours, you kind of have like a key, or someone has to be buzzed up more or less to get, because it opens directly into the penthouse level. But from the penthouse level, you can go straight to the parking garage.
All right. Let's go to the parking.
Okay.
Well, we were first just going to the club, though. It's across the street, so that
Yeah,
first,
but-
right?
Yeah.
You just want to
but
check out the cars?
I mean, if you want to, I mean, we can. I could put these back, and we can just go to the club.
Bart wants to, but Paul finds it is actually like more plot relevant.
Well, I'm saying.
So I guess for character's sake, he is trying to drag people down to cars now that he has fancy car keys.
we
That's
we can
a
go
fair
check.
point.
We can go check the club if you guys want. I'm just saying.
Does
it might be
anybody
useful
just
to-
like look out the window at the club? It does.
I'm
You
just-
guys do know it's Sunday, because if I'm not mistaken, we only had one day since, and it was
Yeah.
Saturday when you guys last visited the club. So Sunday
Yeah.
night, the club's probably not jumping like it usually is.
I was saying that if he's there, we're probably gonna talk to him and have to go somewhere anyways. So we're gonna go there, walk back here and grab a car, and then walk. Or we can just bring a car up that way. Either
I
way.
guess. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. There's plenty of parking there. We could take a
Yeah.
car. It's a Sunday.
Yeah. All right.
Fancy car, wee!
You
Let's go.
You enter the elevator trying to see what fancy car discussion is being had, and as you open to the bottom floor, you see that you step out in the kind of private reserved area closest to the elevator. It's probably where your nicer cars would be located. There's a whole array of fancy cars. Which one belongs to Marina? And as you start pressing buttons, several of them light up. There is a rather nice, like, Escalade type larger vehicle, as well as several sports cars.
Was it
So-
like 5 of us? I guess we'll take an SUV.
Yeah, I
That's
mean-
the reasonable option.
Do that or start
Yeah,
passing out keys to everybody and drive two-seaters,
Yeah, but we'll probably go whatever's 4-seat because there's our good old snow cone's not here.
All right, is there a
I'll drive an
four-seater,
automatic.
like
There's probably like
sports
a
car available?
there's probably like a nice town car. You know what I mean? I would say that he has something in that area that's I'm thinking, like, I know the Chryslers, what is it, the Chrysler 300 or whatever. It's a little fancy if you get to certain newer years of it. That might be good enough for his taste. But yeah, something like that, to where it's more of like a town car. You know what I mean? Real nice, sleek, black on black with blacked out windows and plenty enough comfortable room for everybody to sit. And
Cool.
most sports cars are typically like two-seaters, I think, right?
It can vary. Like Mustangs are ones that are like four-seaters through
Oh,
the
yeah,
set,
yeah.
that they have.
You tell
Choose
me,
saddle
Marina. What you have 5 cars down there. You tell me which one you get in. And you have your pick, man. It is entirely up to you.
Is there any sort of is it like all sort of very fancy? Like, would it be any muscle on them? Like, is there be any? I'm trying to think.
Anthony liked to show off, so the idea of
Yeah.
there being a muscle car or something, more, like that, absolutely plausible. He also had, like his big car. Like I said, there's probably at least one like Escalade. This way you have a big, 8-seater vehicle that you can carry corpses in if you need to, for when work needed to be done. But yeah, then mixed in amongst, he's probably got like 1 or 2 that were just to make his penis look bigger. He's got like a Maserati or a Bugatti or something down there, and then he also has like a town car or 2. So yeah.
Probably go a little bit more when it's like the Sort of like how he was saying, like more of a muscle car that has a
Yeah.
it's a 4-seater.
Yeah, show, you know, the new Mustangs are definitely possible within, you know, that area. So yeah, you find a sweet Mustang. It's been all, you know, fancied out. Essentially, like all of his cars, typically black on black was kind of his thing. But you know, this one's got a little bit more chrome on it than the others.
I look at the key. I look over to Bart. I'm like, I am not that good of a driver, and since you seem so excited about the cars, toss the key over to him.
Yeah, he'll be hyped as shit about it. Fuck yeah! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I call shotgun though.
Nice. Yeah, jumping in the
No, we're
car,
calling shotgun.
adjusting mirrors, all that fancy shit. It's
Yeah,
pretty
my
easy to set
car
yourself
back.
up.
All right.
You see that it
can
has more or less a specific box, you know, hanging from the sun, what is it, the sun visor, that gives you entry and exit in and out of the garage without having to worry about payments, just part of the monthly charge. You pull out and go around the block. How fast do you do it? Does it require a driving check?
I don't
Good.
see why not doing a little bit of a driving check here.
Let's go for it,
I just want to
man.
like test it out a little. It's my first time in one of these things or something like it probably. Or no, I
That-
probably did a little bit repair, but this is my
Dex
first time doing
and-
it for someone that I'm not financially fully responsible for. So therefore, let's go.
Right, Dex and drive, wits and drive,
Yeah.
whichever feels best for you. You know, is it about playing it smart or is it about playing it quick?
No, it's about quick.
Your choice.
What's the cool roll?
Yeah, this is the cool roll, is what it is.
Well,
Those dice, they love me. Well,
All right,
better-
three
it's better than a
three
one.
successes. You know, at first it's a little uneasy. You know what I mean? You've gotten real used to your bike being on four wheels is a readjustment. The rear wheel drive, that's familiar, but now there's two of them. You know what I mean? As it breaks loose coming out of the parking garage, you immediately slide into a nice broadside turn. You draw a little tension. You see a couple of people. You know, yeah. There's a mix between half of them are irritated with you being obnoxious, the other half are like, fucking man, I wish I could do that, you know. And you quickly make your way around the block, pulling up in front of the nightclub, and immediately pull up to a stop, and it seems to be closed. It is Sunday.
But like, there's a side entrance that hopefully is manned.
That is true. Taking a stroll to the side entrance, if you do, pressing the little buzzer that is there, you are greeted immediately with Henry opening the door, who quickly kind of takes a look out and says, what can I do for you?
We're just looking to see if someone's in. I'll just subtly flash the business card.
Henry's the bouncer.
Henry is the bouncer, yeah. He's the bouncer slash kind of right-hand man. Actually, Robert, sorry. Yeah, no, Henry. Henry's right. Henry's that guy,
Henry.
yeah. I thought I had the name right. He says, I don't think he's here, but you're welcome to come on in while you're at it. And if you do take a step in, you
I'll look to
realize
the
that...
group. Like, are we wanting to?
I don't really care what we do.
No.
Alternatively, we go to the address on the card. That's our other option, right?
Like that's still. How much time do we have in the rest of this night? Like,
So if I'm not mistaken, you guys did the, I believe it was Ruku's, then you
We
went to
just finished
sleep, then you started your night by gathering, so it's still real early in the
cool.
night. It's like 11.
yeah, nice.
Yeah. So if you do step into the club for a moment, you
Time to
do
work.
see that it is a very small crowd. Like I said, the main portion of the club is closed, but inside you see a couple of faces that the clothing style has went from popped collars to collared shirt and tie. In a lot of ways, there is some eclectic looking clothing. You would assume that the club remains open for those that are not of the mortal coil. no longer of the living. And there's probably, 4 or 5 people in here total. You would see that Izzy is, sitting at a table, actually not her usual booth, but sitting more or less at a table next to the bar, talking with 1 or 2 other individuals. And there's like 1 or 2 people sitting at the bar, having drinks. But you don't see Damon.
Yeah.
If you want to do, we just want to go over to Damon, or we want to stay here for a minute. I don't really care.
I'm gonna hang out with the bouncer. What's your day off, man? You seem like you're here too much.
Yeah. But I can't remember the last day I had off. 86, 87, something like that. I don't mind it so much.
What do you mean?
She takes care of me. I can't
What do you mean,
complain.
like June or what? Hey, what?
I mean,
I'm 26.
I'm a little older than that, but it's been a while. Let's put it that way.
You need to get like a union or something, man. This is America.
He says it's the fringe benefits. That's what makes it worth it.
Man, I don't speak French, man. You need to take care of yourself.
He looks at you kind of weird. Fringe, but okay. Okay. Either way. He says, I don't get to look this young forever, or maybe I do, so it's worth it.
You literally do. Like, get a Sunday or something, man. It's ridiculous. Go ahead. I don't. Do you?
If I think Monday feels like the day that could be quite easily taken off for.
Monday feels good. Listen to fucking Bart.
Yeah.
I still
day.
get to take a long walk on the beach when I want to, during the daylight. So take that for what
Yeah,
it
rub that
is.
in, man. Punch you in your fucking head. Rub that in.
he takes some light amusement in that. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like, hey, I got day and night. What can I say?
Keep
I
it
make
up,
good
you
use of my
have nothing
time.
and nothing.
Was it Maria just
You
sort of
guys-
steps in and like just waves at Izzy, just like excited, like, "Hi again, it's good to see you."
She casually puts up a hand and she waves back, but it's awkward.
She-
You are met by a server that actually just immediately kind of steps over and has several red solo cups that she presents to each of you. And as you take a look inside of them, they are not your mortal drinks. In the dark colored cup is for a reason. You know what I mean? But yeah, there is sanguine spirits more or less provided if you want them. But yeah, it's a pretty light club. It's up to you guys if you choose to talk to anyone or
Would I
take
know
any.
in this type of space, is it freely given? Or is it one of those things like Huku where it's
You might end up
the
paying
debt
for
is
it in the long
incurred
run.
when you drink from
Um,
it like twice or thrice?
at least from what you have seen in previous instances here, it seems to be free, but maybe it's with its limitations. Don't take
Don't be
advantage
greedy.
of the courtesy. Yeah, exactly. She doesn't mind supplying, but don't be gluttonous about it. Essentially,
That's a good thing of note. If hungry and you don't have access to other herd, go to Baron.
it is a nice place to refill.
Maria sort of looks at the drinks, just sort of looks over. So that's actually a question I've been meaning to ask. So do normal drinks also? Is that also a no-go? Like alcohol, just normal
water,
alcohol?
yeah, or that's as far as I know, a no-go. Yeah,
Huh.
some folks can still handle it. I know Snow Cone can still imbibe the various things of foodage, but most of us can't.
Oh, okay. I just wondered if alcohol if that would be considered the same as a
Ooh,
mortal
wait,
thing.
would I know of how some kindred can drink wine?
You should
yeah.
literally know
Fun fact.
nothing.
Well, no,
You
I know
should know.
Paul knows that, but Bart at least has a cult one, so therefore I can
Yeah,
at
let's
least
clear
pull a
this
little
up.
bit of stuff out my ass.
Okay, Jamal should know what Paul knows. Bart should know what Clark knows.
And that's why I'm asking if I know the thing. or just a
I
fun
don't.
fact?
I'll help.
I mean,
I don't.
in this situation, you've seen.
Contextually, our characters are inversed as our persons. I took a year of training and to understand how everything works.
I will say,
You are well informed with these books and everything. You
yeah,
are 5 minutes old. So inversely, you should
Oh,
know
that's-
but
I mean, you're
very little.
I will
I
say, if
know
I'm not
some
mistaken,
decent amount.
if I'm not mistaken, Bart also went through a similar kind of year of training, more or less,
It
right?
was more of a week crash course.
So like
and
six.
followed
Okay,
by
that's right.
about
That's
He
right.
couldn't have
a
went
month
through
and a half
he's
inside
he's
That's
3
right.
weeks old.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
older now?
No, about 2
Yeah.
months. It's been
Yeah, I remember
pretty
that.
firmly
3
stated.
weeks. Okay,
No.
I have apologies. I'll take it back. Like I don't have these documented things.
Yeah, no, I always get everybody confused too as to how long everybody's had training in that. You got like a week or two crash course. That's right. So like
Uh-huh.
here's the
Listen,
thing
Snowcone
that you
goes
would
from
remember.
150 to 6 every year.
Yeah,
I think he's been
yeah. Snow can change his
60s
age
of
a
my
lot.
life.
As far as that goes, though, you have seen Snowcone drink. You know what I mean? As you know, you've never seen him get intoxicated, but you've seen him drink regular beverages. As to what he does with them at the end of the night, you guys have no idea. You know what I mean? But you've at very least seen him do it. Do you think that your sire would have been the type to be like a wine drinker or a brandy drinker if he had that capability? You know what I mean? I
It's
don't think
one of
you
those things of,
probably
I
would have
think if
been.
anything, the lesson would be taught that like with at least a bit of like pushing yourself, basically any kindred can actually eat the thing. It still it just pops out at the end of the night and it tastes absolutely horrid. So
Yeah,
do
yeah.
with it as you will.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as far as that goes, I think you've seen Snowcone drink, you know what I mean? So you know that some can at least hold it down, but it doesn't seem, you know, from your experience, it's not been very pleasant.
Well, doesn't he still get enjoyment out of it at least a bit?
A little,
From
you
eating
know
the
what I
food?
mean?
Yeah.
The way
Get
I've
some of
always
the
kind of
flavor.
looked at eat food is like you can still hold it down. At some point, you still have to remove it from your body. You know what I mean? Even with the eat food thing, I think it still says you have to expel it at some point. You
Yep,
know what I
end of the
mean?
night.
So I would say it would be like a dulled sense of taste. Like it's as close as you guys can get anymore, but it's almost like if you picked up a glass of wine and somebody had tipped their ashes in it. You know, it's not pure ash, but it's not great either. You know what I mean? But it's a mix, you know, or maybe just dulled, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've at least seen people drink. And as far as that goes, like you can smell alcohol in the bar, you know, so as you actually ask that, the waitress would even go as far as to say, "Would you like something to accompany your refreshment?" This would be to Marina, as you had mentioned, you know, drinking. Would you like something additional to accompany this?
Oh no, I just was curious. I didn't know.
If you change your mind, just wave me down. I'm more than happy to do as requested. She smiles and kind of tips her head, turns on a heel, and she's right back off serving drinks to others. She's got a pretty light night, but you see that she's got a big ass smile on her face. You know, as funny as it is, Sunday night might be the night that she makes the real tips. You know what I mean? Like you see people slipping her hundreds instead of dollars. You know, so she's enjoying her night, and you know, you're unaware as to whether or not she's, you know, on the blood or not, but you at very least know that Henry has made some mention of it. But yeah, as you guys are having your conversation, you do see that Izzy does excuse herself from the table she's sitting with. She stands up, she's laughing about something, kind of runs her hand across the shoulder of the person she was talking to, a woman that she was having a discussion with, in a very friendly way, and makes her way over to the edge of the bar where you're all standing and says, "Well, you're back awfully quick. Busy beavers or just stopping in to get some drinks?"
Or do you want to lead? Or...
Don't everybody talk at once. Jesus.
Yeah.
Grab a chair.
I guess we're just in here
I
for
feel
drinks
like I'm
for a
still by the
moment.
door hanging out with the bouncer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
I
I
never
will
came
have
in. I
taken
don't care
notice
about
of
what's
this
going on.
approachment and tried then informing of. Whoop, did we lose
All right.
someone?
Yeah.
Oh, we lost one.
Numerous sent me a message. The Discord broke on him for a second. He's gonna have to reload.
Yeah,
Well, I'll then try
he'll
informing the Baron
resurface.
of how we are looking for this Damien guy. If, like, his business card is the address that you can most reliably find him at.
Yeah. Yeah, Damien. Yeah. He's got a. Let me see the card. She takes a quick look at the card that you present to her. Assuming that it's handed out. Sorry, I'm trying to also
Sure, I trust
hide
her.
the cameras for a second here. Just since they're all kind of broken for the moment, we'll wait for him to pop back. There you go. We'll just go with blank
What app do you
slates for
use
the
for
moment.
this?
We'll go with blank slates for the moment.
We're a podcast.
Yeah, we're a
Yes.
What app do you
podcast
use for
momentarily.
this?
I use Streamlabs mixed with Discord. You know what I mean? I capture your image, of course,
I
from
figured
Discord. But
Streamlabs would knock it out. The only other one I know is, geez, I can't forget it. I mean, I can't remember it. Yeah, there's so many.
yeah,
that
yeah.
makes it
The
so
problem
difficult.
is I'm just using it as a basic window capture, so it does tend to, like it just readjusts the scale whenever
are.
somebody
There he is.
drops out. But yeah, I'll be back momentarily. There we go. We're loaded back in now. This is one of the bigger reasons why I kind of wanted to make my way towards Zoom. This way I could have more control over the camera images. Oh, let's see. Look at that. Now it's being an asshole to me. Give me a sec. There you go. All right. But yeah, she does pull up a bar stool, sits down at the bar. As you guys all gather around, she takes a look at the card. She says, "Yeah, this is his place. I don't want to give away too much info, but I know that he spends most of his time there. If he's not here, he's probably there. Let's be honest. He comes in to smooze, get a couple of drinks, and I think he likes to mingle a lot. I'm sure you guys have, you've been around for more than a week. I'm sure he's approached you, right?"
I don't think Marina's gotten the sales pitch yet.
Me?
Likely not you, but I was meaning the rest of your companions here. He likes to know a little bit about everybody. I think he feels the more info that he has, the more he can navigate our little society. But yeah, for the most part, he's been on the up and up. He's always came through on promises or debts to me, so I can't complain. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, yes.
Would I know of some reasonable piece of info just from our limited time in the area that would be of good trade for our searching for this shooter?
To him, you mean? Like something
Yeah,
that,
like something that would be good to him, something in the financials.
uh,
Sire was even in that background.
yeah, I was about to say, I
moderately.
mean, access to money, wealth, and power, kind of things
Oh.
like that. So a piece of property would go a long way, you know what I mean? To him, to someone who has enough wealth and money, you know what I mean?
I don't want to make that big of a trade. I just want info for info. Do I know of like something that isn't yet out of date, but
I don't think so
can draw the
yet.
line? No.
Y-
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say at least not that we've discussed in game. So if it hasn't happened in game, kind of, you know what I mean. I'm not sure of what to throw out there, but yeah. Now
I
one
was
thing you
more
would
asking for a
know.
politics role.
Yeah, gotcha. I was gonna say go ahead and give me wits and politics while you're at it. You know what I mean. That's
You-
not a bad idea. We'll see how much you know about this type of individual.
Decent.
Let's see.
Yay.
I'll take a 3. With a 3, from at least the experiences that you've had with this guy, he seems to just mostly be generally interested in your domain. You know what I mean? He paid special attention, to mention that, like, hey, I'd love to share information about territories, the people
Okay.
that come and go, things like that.
Ooh.
As to what he's actually after, you're not sure, but having information about the territory would definitely go, some distance with him.
I'll make note to the group of where I'm going to be coming into info related to just the kindred of our territory. And if I find out anything interesting that would be like then applicable to this guy, we could make a much more ready trade. Thoughts there?
All right.
But it would like take them like we need to wait on the night or two.
Yeah.
You got contacts in that area. You definitely know that much.
Could I just, hey Baron, could you give me a short dossier in a verbal form of like the peoples and happenings that you know of our landlordship?
I thought we determined she wasn't here tonight.
With the Baron?
No, the Baron's been talking
Oh, she's
to
right
us.
next to us. Yeah, she
Yeah.
just.
Oh, I was confused. Who's not
Yeah,
here tonight? You said you were looking for
Damien
someone-
was not. Damien was not
Damien.
here, even though you.
Apologies. Okay.
Yeah, you've met him here several times before, but he's not in at the moment. But yeah, Izzy is, typically working her usual floor crowd. And this is, and if you guys even noticed, the two kindred she was talking to were also the same ones that she had been talking to, the first night that you guys had kind of arrived. But as far as a dossier on your area, she says, as far as I know, most people tend to just stop by
Oh yeah, it was
your
just drifting,
domain.
Yeah. I think this was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I don't think many stay.
Just about one
Robert, of
asshole in the pawn
course,
shop.
which, yeah, I mean, they're spread. I mean, he's lived there for, God, as long as I've been in LA. She says, otherwise, I think most people tend to come in mostly to feed. There's probably a nos or two that maybe I'm not aware of. That was always Robert's. This is exactly this is why I do what I do and hand it out to you guys, so I don't have to micromanage every individual in my domain. But Robert would have kept tabs on that, and unfortunately, we don't know where he's at. And I never asked exactly where his haven was, so any information he had, laying about has been lost to wherever the hell he is.
If anything, like maybe Frederick will be able to dig it up, or even I'm still down to do a little bit of grounding and wandering.
I would say if you're trying to make an arrangement with Damien, he would be more than amenable to trade in the usual, trade of favors or extensions, or
Yeah, that is a thing.
as far as information goes, he may simply just want to know more about what your lands and holdings would be. Or, you never know. You could always, maybe find an exchange of favor. He's pretty easy to work with. The truth be told, and she kind of takes a look around just to make sure nobody's, over listening into her conversation. At least not too much. She kind of leans in a little and she says, I feel for the most part, if you've not yet made an alliance with him, he would be willing to extend a welcoming hand or welcoming gesture to be able to make quick friends. He likes to be able to claim that he knows everyone and he has contacts everywhere, but I think most people, I think most of the people he claims to know, he's maybe had one or two conversations with. So he'd probably be amenable to, helping you guys out if you agree to be open in the future with rumors that you hear.
That makes sense. Well, then I guess off to his offices. If we don't have anything else to do here, I would do a quick still glance through of the people here. Is there anyone else that spikes interest now that I've been here a minute?
So taking a look around, you do see one, kind of middle-aged looking guy that's in at the bar. He was probably embraced somewhere around his 40s to 50s, somewhere in that ballpark, that's just casually having a drink. It seems to more or less be sitting by himself intentionally. There are two ladies that were sitting at the table with Izzy herself, they are very nicely dressed, kind of a mix between modern and maybe a decade ago. Like maybe got a little stuck in the 90s, early 2000s era, but they still do a good
That's
job of
not
making it
a
look
decade
very
ago.
nice. Yeah, it's like 2 decades. I'm old.
Yeah, but no, I fully get you. It's the millennial thing for us now. We're
Yeah,
gonna still be thinking it's about 10 years since the
mm-hmm.
2000s for a little
That's
bit till we
exactly
get
it.
that whiplash, and then
It's going to be a kick in the nads when you get it. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and those are the same two that were with her previously. But otherwise, like I said, I think there's just probably the three of them plus, sorry, not Robert, but Henry and Izzy. So it was a pretty light crowd. Everybody else
Cool.
seems to be the typical bar staff. So there's like 2 servers.
Well, I think we should probably head out and find our friend. It was good seeing you again, Izzy. Pleasure to meet you again.
As always, my dear, it is good to see you. Make sure that these lot take care of you. By the way, where's your colorful friend?
Oh, I think he had to go deal with some business. He should be fine.
All the easier. He's a little off, isn't he? Either way, I trust that you can take care of things.
I believe we should be able to. Right,
Don't-
guys?
Just don't get in
I'm already at the
trouble,
door,
and
like
if you
excitedly
do,
looking like he
you do
wants to
not
go
know
to
me.
the car. It's just like me, but he's not going to like go there before y'all because that would be a little weird to sit there. But
I just look at Izzy. Look as he sort of goes aside. Like I think he's excited about the new cars that we found that are my new property. So, you have a nice night. And she sort of just walks away, waves a little bit.
There you go. Yep. She picks
Newmar,
up
you
her
kind
cup.
of got cut out of this. I feel a little bit, or
I was
like, did you do anything?
I did a little bit, but I was just gonna talk to Izzy. So, you think you guys said everything I was gonna say?
I'm gonna say, as they step away, you have a moment if you need it. She's, she's grabbed her drink and taken a sip of it as she's sitting there, but as everyone else steps away, if you needed a moment with her, you could have it if you wanted it.
No, I'm just gonna turn around and leave.
Yeah.
There'll be like an awkward second. I'm looking at her like I'm about to say something.
That awkward moment where like she's waiting for you to say something, you're waiting for her to say something, and it's
All my
like a
friends are
little
leaving.
it's like catching somebody in a hallway where you're trying to both go, each of you step left and each of you step right, and then eventually you figure it out and go your own direction. And you are back out to the city streets. The sounds of horns and whistles and people milling about as you make your way back out to the road, and you're off in the car. You guys can jump in the car, make a quick jaunt across town. It's not too far, you know how to travel.
I want to go find a detour where I can go fast a bit, like
Okay.
find an interstate or something like that to get us there and go about
All right.
10 miles over the speed limit, some of it, maybe even like 20.
Fair enough. Mix it. Make one more mix, but make this one a mix of wits and drive. This
Yeah,
way,
I
it's
can do
like,
that.
do you know the proper places to drive? All right, which drive? 4, much better. You generally know that once you're on the interstate, you know what I mean? You can get away with a lot of things as long as you're in the mix of traffic. If the cop can't catch up to you, you're doing all right, and have a little bit of fun playing around with this fancy little car. Yeah, it's
Maybe
a
if
lot of fun.
everyone's willing, want to get up to 100.
Oh, yeah. I would expect nonetheless.
He's suggesting it, but he's not going to do it without the consent of at least the general group. Maybe if one's bemoaning, he'll still probably be doing it, but it's democracy here.
All right. You do what you want as long as we get there safe. As long as we're still undead by the time we get there.
Hell yeah. Looking in back.
I mean, she's got shotgun
Eh?
Oh,
Looking at Jamal. Don't want.
Jamal, that's fine. Clark, there isn't a 100-yard stretch within 30 miles of Los Angeles prior to 4 a.m. where you could do that.
Right.
Okay, that's
What you're
fair.
saying is physically impossible.
Uh-huh.
World of
Yeah,
World of Darkness stuff.
Looking at me.
Uh-huh.
That's one of those things. World of Darkness
Let it
stuff.
go.
You find your moments, is what it is. It's less about top speed and more about just banking those curves when you can, sliding in and out of traffic, taking every opportunity to whip into a smaller spot when you have a moment. It's the fun, the thrill of it, for sure. Which
we
means
still
that
get there in one piece.
which means you guys
one
get there pretty
small
quick
little scratch
too.
in the paint, probably. We're all good.
Before success, I think it's more than enough. You guys get there pretty quick. Compared to the usual traffic that you have to deal with, it's surprisingly, speedy. Making your way through a couple of back alleys here or side streets there to cut a few minutes as possible. But yeah, you start to get into his territory, and you definitely see a very big difference between his domain and yours. Where your domain consists of a couple of shabby bars, a nursing home, and a cemetery, his domain is filled with towering buildings. Many, more cabs than people driving themselves. You see a lot of town cars, nice restaurants, and wine bars, all those things. But you make your way to the building listed, and it is about, like a 30-story building that, has a address somewhere among the upper floors of it. And do you guys just make your way up to the doors, head on in type of deal, or do you call ahead or any of that stuff?
If
Sounds like we're
before
here.
Bart gets into the local area, he'll use the unseen passage. That's a good idea, gang.
Can you attach that to the rest of us, or why do you ask?
Oh no, it's just for myself. It's to me
I think
be sneaking around like a bastard while y'all go
Okay, so
talk with this dude who.
you're saying like in character you ask us.
Yeah, I'll bring it up before we head in. I can go all sneaky sneak, and even the cameras can't see me.
That's
Seem good?
That's up to you guys. I don't know.
I mean, we could
I
just knock on the door if you wanted to be sneaky.
Well, no, like I'm still gonna be
Get
with
outside.
y'all. It's for at least most of it. It's just given the chance, I might want to wander.
Big question is, when you go in, are you planning on staying stealth while making your way through the building? I guess that would
Like
be my
I'll just
question.
follow directly behind them, just not even like trying to be sneaky while doing it. Probably for the most part, I'll just walk alongside them like a standard nos. We do
Yeah.
this shit. It is a meme.
It
There's a
would make
nos in every room. There's probably gonna be another one in there while I'm fucking with shit.
it would probably make a lot of sense, compared to your typical dress and aesthetic, in this office building. But as you guys are making your way up towards the front of the building, you do realize that it has a pretty empty lobby. You see like 2 night security guards sitting at a desk with a couple of monitors. It seems pretty empty for the most part. As you approach the turnstile doors, they open. So if you go ahead and take your opportunity to go invisible,
go
you're more
unseen.
than welcome to. Yep. You slip into the unseen and step alongside them. Get a little hungrier, do you? All right. Yeah, you feel that growl at your stomach as you do. But making your way in, who approaches the desk, or do you just try to make your way straight to the elevators, or what?
Should if I could walk up to the desk if you guys would like and see if we can make our way up there, or if it's I don't know if it's gonna be a locked elevator like mine.
I would like that.
Yeah. They're like receptionists here, or
It does seem
Waiting
that
room.
the security guards more or less are playing receptionist for the evening shift. And as you approach, he just says, room or individual?
I think we're looking for Mr. Damien Steele.
Hold a moment.
Damien Steele.
He presses a couple buttons on a phone, puts it up to his ear, says there's a group of individuals here to see you. Waits about 3 or 4 seconds. I will send them up. Hangs up the phone, and he hands each of you a small little laminated tag, like a lanyard with a laminate. You know what I mean? Essentially, that says guest pass on it and tells you what floor and how to access it.
Do I
Of
need one of
course,
those?
Bart does not get one, of course, as
Could I
you
try
are
sneaking
invisible.
one?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me Dex and what is this? Larceny?
Sure.
And what's the deal? Like, you got to do this quiet, or you break your visibility?
I think it'd break my invisibility unless I really fuck up.
Yeah, just a snag a lanyard. There's a handful of them at the desk. It's not too hard. You do it unnoticed. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It seems to go pretty smooth as you slide an extra one of those off of the desk, and as
Thank you.
as it goes into your possession, it also distorts with you to become invisible. But yeah, he directs you towards the elevators, which are literally right to your left, and tells you to go to the upper floor. Quick jaunt to the top, a quick elevator ride. Any discussions in the elevator? Nope. Okay.
Well, so what do we
asking him for anyway?
Yeah. What exactly do we need from him? I'm sort of
Just-
new to all what's going on.
Numerousness, you just need to describe this person,
You're a bit.
like
Yeah.
the colors that they had displayed
What?
reasonably.
Right. There's like the gang guy we're trying to find out more about, but
Yeah. Yeah, I
don't even
believe
know if
his.
it would be in his area. To be honest, it's a kind of a long shot.
I believe. Let's see.
Now's the
So,
time you have to commit to the info.
man, yeah, exactly. I should have wrote this down.
I don't remember what gang affiliation he was in. I do have the name Marvin.
Marvin. That is his name. You are correct about that.
Shit.
I had actually written down a different name, but that's fine.
How did you
Let's
get
see.
his name?
I don't know.
At some point, it was mentioned.
I might have just made
Yeah,
it
it was
up.
mentioned. It was mentioned.
Yeah, no, at some point it definitely was mentioned. Dude, as I'm Google searching this, you know what I mean? There's, it says a lot about, the typical gang names that you would know. What the fuck is the Grape Street Crips? Is that a real thing? Please God, tell me that's not a real thing. There you
It's a
go.
real street. That was the Grape Street, and then they lived on it. Yes.
No,
Right.
because purple was originally a derivative of red. So originally they couldn't associate themselves with red because of Bloods. And
Right.
an area became associated with Crips and became a Crip.
Yeah.
I know people.
I know people. That's funny. I'm just sitting here going through names, man. Athens Park is one that I see. You know what I mean? That seems like a name.
Get that right by me.
Yeah, let's do that then. Athens Park. Trying to see. I am assuming pursuits to come with Blood Alliance. So yeah, it seems to be a subset. Let's see. During combat time, a rise of Crips began as the Athens Park Boys. Done. That's it. Athens Park Boys. I will literally add it to the group. Or
I
to
don't
the
know that yet, or in too great
right.
a detail.
You actually did know that. So
Oh, we did.
at one point in time, I remember somebody making a roll and essentially saying you could identify by colors. So there you go. Athens
Nice.
Park Boys. It seems to be a Blood affiliate, but I have no clue because I don't live in LA. I know East Coast things. But yeah, we'll go with that for the time being. And yeah, the individual, as far as that goes, just to make my life a little bit easier, I had given him a new name because I didn't remember what name there was, but Marvin is probably fine. I thought it was pretty. Let's see, where's that here? Marvin. Damn it, sorry. I got too many notes, guys. NPCs. Yeah. Marvin Firestarter Jackson. This is the guy's name. That was a little bit of information you got. Is he's locally known as Firestarter.
Are we looking for
Blame Chat GPT, man.
What are we trying to ask this guy to get information from? I remember you guys said there was something we needed from him that knew someone or something.
It was just tracking him down to find out why he shot at the dude, right?
Well, what are we asking?
Yeah.
What are we asking the person we're going up this elevator for?
Where this dude might be?
Okay, that's
I mean, it's kind of an intro session too. Like he just wanted to be chummy with us, so we're gonna kind of test his wits, see if he knows anything about any of the weird
Specifically
stuff that
the
happened with Izzy the first day.
another part of it is that this area, again, like I said, kind of that next door neighbors type thing is right next to all these buildings. A couple of blocks away, you actually have a slightly more residential district. There's a lot of places where it goes from high class, big towering buildings to neighborhoods not too far off, and within what is technically his domain, even though it's kind of on the border, is where this area is located, and that's why you guys had mentioned his name to begin with. It was kind of in his area, so you thought he might have some info.
okay.
It's about that time you hear the ding, and an elevator door opens into a large boardroom with a long desk, sitting in the middle, like a you have a long desk off to your left with several chairs and projector screen on the wall. To the right, you see that there's a couch and an armchair that's been sat there with a couple of like a coffee table sat around it for a more quiet, reserved, private setting. And at the very far end of the room, you would see a large black wooden desk with the individual Damien already standing, leaned against it in front of it. And as you enter into the room, he immediately greets you with a big, hello, hey, welcome, guys. Come on in, make yourselves at home. Grab a spot on the couch. Can I get you something?
Does no one put elevators in a hallway anymore? Like, what is this? That is weird.
I own the whole floor. I mean, technically I own the whole building, but I don't mean to gloat or anything.
Well,
What brings you here?
Right on, man.
So, who? I sort of whisper to the other ones. Who should take up the talking? I'm okay with words, but anyone else?
You seem to be talking right now. Go
I
ahead.
absolutely would love to hear more from you. Pleasure to meet you. And there's a hand stuck directly in front of you. Very businessman handshake. As he extends it out to you. My name is Damien, and who might you be? I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
She actually takes the hand rather firmly, as like a very firm handshake, and just goes, "My name is Marina. Pleasure to meet you."
Marina. Look, good handshake. Sign of a good business person. You guys could take a clue from this one. Grab a seat. Let me get you guys some drinks. And he does, begin pouring something that looks like scotch into a couple of glasses. Brings it over and sits it down on the coffee table area and grabs a spot at the what do you call it? The armchair that's there, leaving couches on either side of that for you guys to grab a chair. Please, make yourself comfortable. What can I do for everybody? I see you're missing a few, but I'm glad that at least some of your group has been able to make it. Have you added to the entourage here, or is this a friend of yours? As he points towards Marina.
Yeah,
Take a walk around, just look around the office, see what it looks like.
It's pretty much a standard office for the most part, but you see that it has, some comforts that have been added to it. It seems like, if anything, you would take a guess that this would probably, just at a glance, you would take a guess that this would be for the public meeting side. You know what I mean? Like I said, it actually has a boardroom table on one side of it to where you could hold private meetings in here with, other businessmen or whatever. And it's a lot has went into the display of it as a show of power. There's very clean lines. Everything's brand new. Nothing's from IKEA. It's probably, been handmade in some third world country. You know what I mean? Just to, kind of show a little bit of extra attitude or whatever. As far as it goes, but, on your left side, like I said, you have a ceiling projector that projects to a wall with a office desk, or sorry, like a boardroom desk. Directly in the center with a large window set behind it is a large blackwood desk where he was sitting, with a big comfortable armchair behind it. And then to the right hand side is heavy leather couches with a seating table and a small bar set next to it. So it looks it really looks like he probably conducts most of his meetings here, as far as that goes. But
Alright.
it's pretty bare otherwise. Like, you don't see a lot of personal effects. You don't see pictures of family, the things that you may see in other offices. It's intentionally kept very minimal.
I'm still going to look around for like any physical notes or things of that nature.
Absolutely. As you're kind of like poking around, unknown, still seemingly unknown. You can take a look at the desk. There's a couple of pieces of paper that are laying there as far as that goes. Go ahead and give me a wits awareness, wits investigation, something to that effect, whatever floats your boat.
Do investigation for fun. Rat.
With
Ugh.
one success, you see a lot of papers that
Well,
seem to be
I'm going to use willpower to re-roll.
okay.
Let's
Yeah.
not have a bestial failure. That's good fucking
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Probably a decent idea.
Submit.
I don't
You
think that
can
would have
do
been
it.
a bestial either, too, because it had one
It would have
success.
been
I mean, how was that?
pretty sure.
My
Oh yeah, because
my
there wasn't a set DC.
yeah, there wasn't a set
plus
DC with
ones,
that
but
one, but either way,
it's
that
up to
makes it
two.
two
More.
successes. What you do see laying on the table, on his desk in specific, appears to be a stacks of papers that seem to be business records, stock trades, things like that for the most part. But there is one single post-it note that says item procured needs pickup. And it would actually say something to try to see what would
Be like an address.
it lists art antiquities and has that kind of like circled.
Okay, make a note of that.
Yeah, but everything else seems to mostly just be business paper, documents. Everything seems to be, addressed to him. And like, some of these stocks and bonds are not necessarily new things. Like I said, this guy kind of made his success early on. He probably bought like one share of IBM 40 years ago and it's just been letting it ride, as far as that goes. So it's worked out well in his benefit, being able to live eternally. But yeah, as he grabs, he pours drinks, sits down at the couch. You do said he sits back very comfortably. He seems very in his own atmosphere as he crosses his legs and begins taking a sip of the scotch. And kind of leaves the floor open to you guys. So what brings you around our end of the way, my end of the way? What brings you around here?
Ooh, does he have a coterie?
You have this, Dumar? Or
Uh, Sure. We're kind of coming in to say hi. We want to take you up on your offer from earlier,
Oh,
and see maybe if you can tell us some stuff about your domain, uh, so we can learn stuff about each other.
fair enough. I am quite interested. As I said before, I like to know everybody. It's good to know people. If I know a little bit about what's going on in your area, you know a little bit about mine. We can have a share of information, and it makes the world go smoother. It's an open trade. It's an open market. What can we say? But yeah, as far as getting to know me, I am. Of course, a businessman of sorts. You guys kind of know the rough domain, but pretty much take a look out the window. As far as you can see, I get to claim as mine. Money buys you nice things, but it comes with its problems. I do tend to have a lot more to deal with. I've taken a look at your domain. It's got some nice real estate out there. I've taken interest. Specifically, there was a small mausoleum, not mausoleum. He would say there was a small what's the word I'm looking for? Not infirmary, but crematorium that seemed to be a little on the rundown side. I had taken notice of it because I'm always in the market for new real estate. You wouldn't happen to know if they have any for sale signs sticking around their yard, would they?
Oh, I might know that place. I don't know.
What?
I can ask for sure. If you're ever
What-
interested
Nothing
in
comes to
something like
mind.
that.
What exactly has you so interested about that place?
Well, it's real estate. To be honest, I feel that close to Venice Beach, and kind of the direct opposite of Izzy's territory, it would give me a nice little foothold on both sides of the coast, or both sides of the domain. If anyone had any cheap businesses, and to be quite frank, the property over there is reasonably priced. Some of the other territories are a little more on the expensive end. It's cheap, easy to gain property with, minimal paperwork, to be honest. If you want to, you are more than welcome to roll an insight on him.
Yeah,
It would be wits and insight. Not to lead you into that
What's
one,
the
but if
matter? You
you're...
don't like your own territory?
I
You got a
absolutely
nice window
love
here.
this domain, but I'm always looking to expand my horizons. Let's see. So what do we get?
This dice likes me unlike my D&D dice.
Yeah, these dice seem to work well for you. So with 4 successes, you get as far
Not
as
bad.
what
I
he's
thought we were
saying
all doing
about also jumping in on it. Awesome. Okay.
I thought we all were. Not bad.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anyone that wants to is more than welcome to roll.
It's like in
I
the
just got a
room
fresh
type
die
thing.
in it. Let's go.
3, 4, 2. And 2 more. So those of you with 2 would definitely, know real estate in your area is pretty cheap. You know what I mean? If somebody were looking to build a parking lot and make a couple of bucks, they could probably buy out that crematorium relatively easily, pave over a bunch of corpses, and make some quick money. Marina, you kind of see that there's a bit more to it when he says something about expanding territory, as far as that goes. Him having a chunk of domain on both the east side and west side of Izzy's domain would give him a lot of influence. You know what I mean? It would definitely give him, kind of a bit of a hold over her in a way, to where he could always leverage that information if it was ever needed, or not information, but leverage the, size of his holdings. You know what I mean? The more that he owns in her domain, the more control he feels he might have, is kind of the gist you get of it. But yeah, you don't see many scruples as far as his businessman eyes. You know, when he sees a graveyard and a crematorium, he's thinking, you know, strip mall and a parking lot, you know, as far as money goes. And that may be the interest he's taken in your coterie specifically, just because it is very cheap property over there. And those businesses, such as the old nursing home, the crematorium, these are places that have been there far too long and probably are a decade away from being bought out. He's just looking to be the guy to do it. And, you know, it gets him more of a little more sway, so to speak.
So, why in particular are you? And so, your first question to us was about for sale signs in our area.
Well, you said a free exchange of information. I figured I would let you know what my interests were. I like real estate. It's a cheap, easy way to make a little extra money. Stocks, bonds, it takes time. Real estate is a lot more instantaneous. I can buy a piece of property, flip it, and within 6 months to a year's time, I've got a nice, tidy little sum of money, and somebody else has a new parking garage.
So, how would that benefit us if, in that scenario, if you were to are thinking of something like that?
Honestly, I see your point. It may not be as beneficial to you being your domain, but I assume, much like myself, you look like up-and-comers. Who wants to stay in that dingy old corner forever? You're at the very edge of the world over there. Surely you have some ambitions of moving up?
I really deal with more absolutes than that. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. I'd rather not sell off any of our property on our side to somebody else that could control part of our property. I think, do the rest of you guys sort of agree with that?
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't mind a place like this if that's what he was offering.
Well, that's why I'm saying it. It's seeing what he offers in return, because right now it's not really a great deal on our end.
I like this one.
Oh, yeah.
She's business savvy. Keep her handy. As far as that goes, she's got a clever mind. Well, of course, I wasn't trying to buy you out of your domain. Simply just trying to buy and sell a little property within the domain. But, you know, as far as free exchange of information, what is it that you want to know about my area? Is there something that you're looking for in particular? Maybe looking to find a nice little bathhouse or wine bar that you're looking to feast from? Something particular that fits your tastes? What is it that has you so interested?
Well, that all sounds great, but we're more looking for like I think probably drug dealers.
We're looking for a person, right?
Yeah, like
A specific drug dealer.
To be honest,
A very specific person.
goes by
Right.
the name Marvin.
Marvin. And I mean, doesn't ring a bell to me, but I do have some feelers out there. One of the nice things about being so open with info is I can call and make a few calls and typically figure out anyone that you want to find. Do you have anything other than...
You want to check into a Damien Steele?
Sorry, what was that?
This is Damien Steele.
I'm so confused.
We're talking
But,
to Damien Steele right now.
As a
Marvin
thing
was.
to
I
maybe
didn't know
help
we ever
this
got a
is-
name on the first guy.
Yeah, we
the
have a name
name
on
that
him.
we're looking for is Firecracker. Like that's
Yeah.
Marvin.
At some point, I had given the name Marvin for the gangster. I can't remember why, you know, or when, or what the role was, but I do remember Marvin. And it's funny because I had it written down as Marcus. I knew it was close to that, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was. But yeah, as far as like, just like you got a first name at some point. And I believe that was actually from Izzy. That Izzy had sent Robert to get like basic details just about the individual from like the security footage. You know what I mean? He went and asked around. Somebody's like, yeah, it's Marvin. He lives over across the way. You know what I mean? But didn't, really get a lot of info. But yeah, as far as that goes, Marvin, and actually, you might have even got like, it's not a full dossier, but you just got a name written on a piece of paper and it says Marvin, aka Firestarter. As far as that goes.
Tidbits. I was very confused. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly at what point it came by, and it was only briefly mentioned. So it was definitely an easy one to forget. It actually may have even been the episode that, because you didn't get to make it to one, right? That might have been it. I think there was one. No, that was.
I've been all of them.
That was also Jive Man, right? I can't remember. But anyway. Yeah, so giving him the name Marvin and Firestarter, he says, well, I could definitely inquire. Drug dealers aren't typically my purview, but I do have to claim that part of my domain isn't necessarily as nice as this portion. Let me go ahead and make a quick call real quick. I'll see what I can do for you. And he actually does. He just pulls up his cell phone, get somebody on the line. He says, I need a quick bit of info on a Marvin, aka Firestarter, probably somewhere in blank neighborhood that he mentions. You know what I mean? And he says, just if you could get back to me here in a couple of minutes, whatever you can find, I'm sure it'd be useful. Of course I'll be there. Absolutely. I would look forward to it. Yep. Bye. You know what I mean? Like he's halfway through another business transaction while he's on the phone. He says,
is there any role I can do to like overhear that blank neighborhood? You mentioned?
Absolutely. Well, as far as the blank neighborhood, that was just because I didn't have one. Like we wrote it in as Athens Park, but I have no fucking idea where Athens Park is. So I assume that's an actual neighborhood. And I just didn't want to claim it. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, so as far as the rest of the call goes, if you want to do wits awareness, though, you could try to overhear the rest of that call.
I get that one too.
Yep.
I'll attempt.
Oof.
Or two.
Messy critical.
Messy critical.
You're just staring him down.
Right, yeah.
I can hear you.
Hovering over him, like leaning in. As he's on the phone.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too noticeable that you're listening in. You don't have anything like Auspex by chance, do you?
Auspex. No.
Yep, that's our other lovely kindred.
Yep. Just 2 more XP.
Oh yeah, I guess Toreador to have ready access. So
Yeah, that's my next.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have necessarily been discreet about it either, so I think that making it obvious is okay.
Yeah, let's say that you maybe make it a little bit too obvious as you kind of lean in, to try and overhear the call. And at certain points, it actually does cause a bit of interference in the line, making it that much more complicated. So you do catch a little bit, but not as much as you would have because of your, La Sombra Bane, as far as that goes. But you do hear the other person mention something about, will you still be making the drop, or sorry, pickup? And you hear an affirmation, from him, of course. That's what it was, is, will you still be making the pickup? Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'll have it ready for you. let me see what I can find. But after that, static begins to cut in as you lean a little too close. And as he pulls the phone away from his ear and hangs it up, he does kind of give you a bit of a look, noticing that you were obviously listening in, but isn't 100% sure as to what you actually heard. So says, I'm sure they'll be right back to me in just a couple of moments. Nobody seems to be drinking. Guess not much on the Scotch crowd. That's all right. More for me. He does, actually stand up and makes his way over to the small little bar where he begins pouring another glass, further answering Bart's question from earlier. As he does, kind of swish it around in the glass a little bit, you can hear the clank of one large round ice cube, that he drops into the center of the glass. And as he makes his way back to the seat, he says, so, heading into a bit of a rough stretch of neighborhood there. You guys exactly sure you know what you're getting into? Can be...
Not really.
It can be a bit rough. I was put in charge of this domain, and part of the privilege of living in, my little tower here is that it was part of the deal with Izzy that I also had to take charge of that section as well, since it was a bit of a gray area uncovered. But I never pass up an opportunity. Chaos is a ladder and all that. So I did take it on myself, but what I can tell you is it's a pretty rough neighborhood. As far as the gangs over there, there's a lot of rival turf wars, a couple of rough characters that are, of course, most of them being mortal, but that becomes a problem of its own. A lot of cops. There's a lot of people putting their noses in your business. If I might ask, is there a specific reason you're looking for this individual? Just trying to get some information on him, or, if there's a way that I could help, I would be more than happy to.
He's somebody we bumped into. I gotta be honest, we're not all that concerned. I'm gonna be honest. How'd you end up in your territory? We kind of stumbled into it. You found yourself in a violent area as someone who's from around here. So what happened with that? That's you would choose that area. You got a
Well,
nicer area than us.
it just so happened that even back over the last several decades, I have slowly built up my empire here within this building. It was already mine before any interactions with Izzy, but once I was embraced, I did, make my introductions as I was told to do by several other by my sire before me. And as I already had domain here, it was up for grabs at the time. I was able to snag my own piece of property. I mean, I look around. We already I own the building, so it was a good fit. But as part of getting such a nice piece of property, Izzy felt it only necessary that I should also be in charge of the other portion of it, shall we say. So it was just, it was a little bit of a quid pro quo type situation. I get the nicer domain. I was already seated. I don't have to uproot my business or try to move it across town, but in exchange, I also have to deal with any issues that go down in that neighborhood as well. It was a rough border situation from what I understand. That starts to tip into the Wilshire domain, and, the Baron over there had always left it more or less abandoned as he didn't want to deal with it. Izzy saw an opportunity to broaden her territory, and I claimed it for her. So for the most part, I keep an eye on it, but it's pretty gray still. It's a bit of a border dispute, but for the most part, it is also mine.
Nice.
So does that mean you take
That's it.
good responsibility over that area? Like, if any, if any of those people were out of line, you're kind of the one that puts that in check.
That depends on what you mean by people. I mean, of course, the mortal world is the mortal world. I try not to interfere, and I've been specifically told it's not my place to intercede. But those people like us that have been around for a while, shall we say, do fall into my purview. Yes, yeah. Anyone that is a kindred among those individuals would fall into my responsibility.
You
Have a
yourself,
feeling.
or you delegate it to another person?
I mean, I'm of course loyal to Izzy. She's been good to me. Uh, she seems to be a good Baron. She doesn't ask, you know, uh, she's not as strict as some others or judgmental. I appreciate her very open domain, letting in those of all clans without prejudice or discrimination. It seems like a wise business decision. You move into the Hollywood territory, you tend to find that certain individuals aren't as welcomed. Business, like I said, chaos being the ladder that it is, I saw it as an opportunity.
And I'm guessing you're not one of those that would take advantage of certain opportunities, though, would you be?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll take advantage of any opportunity that's put in front of me. I am a businessman. But I try to be fair. I do what I can. When it comes to dealing with other kindred, I try to keep a very open line of communication. If I'm open with others, others are open with me. It's mutually beneficial. As I'm climbing that ladder, I don't mind carrying the tool bag for somebody else, shall we say? As long as I continue to ascend, I don't mind helping others ascend that ladder as well. And that, if I'm being quite honest, I believe the question you're alluding to is, why did I take an interest in your coterie? You're the new guys in town. Why wouldn't I take interest? If anyone's going to be looking to climb a ladder or make waves or any of that, it would be you guys. So I wanted to know who the new guys in town were, mostly to make sure it wouldn't be a problem for me, but also if you guys are planning on ascending into higher status, trying to reach for better domain, I can claim whatever you don't want.
I see.
I mean, he seems rather straightforward, but like Marina, again, with that role, and I think with all of you at this point, even, because most of you got a 2 or higher, you're all getting a bit of a sense that, like,
2, 3,
yeah, he has, yeah, that's right, you got a 3 as well. Yeah, he has no problem, you know what I mean, helping others as long as it's beneficial to him. You know what I mean? If it wasn't beneficial to him, if he didn't see that he might be able to take an opportunity in there somewhere, you know what I mean? Maybe he wouldn't be as inclined to do so, but yeah, he's willing to work with others and do what he has to do as long as he keeps climbing the social ladder. You feel that his aspirations might be quite big, you know what I mean? As far as that goes, Marina, especially, you would get that, kind of having pieced together the idea that he seems to be trying to, at very least, acquire a small plot of building on both sides. This way he can kind of leverage Izzy's domain, as kind of a what would you call that? It's a good power. It's it's like a pincer tactic. I mean, if he owns a little bit on both sides, not necessarily trying to take over your domain, but just holding property, in all those locations makes him more valuable to her, so he can use that to his advantage. But
he
yeah,
really has a plan.
Yeah, at this point, it's 3 minutes later. His phone rings. He says, "Excuse me, let me take this." He stands up, and kind of takes a step or two away from Numar, and begins taking his call. And you hear him just say, "Lovely. Glad to hear it. Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Hey, you take care of yourself. All right." Click. Well, it turns out Marvin Firestarter does have a last name, and he is within the domain. What would you like to know? Let me go ahead and write this down for you. He grabs a quick scrap of paper. Actually, like he has like a nice notepad with his business head at the top of it. He scratches down a couple of quick notes and lays it down on the coffee table in front of you, and it has Marvin Firestarter Jackson, Athens Park Boys affiliation, and even, like I said, I don't know where the hell Athens Park is, or if it's even actually a place, or if they just adopted the name, but we'll just say that Athens Park is the name of the neighborhood for the time being, because I don't know LA, guys, sorry. I live in the podunk side of the other side of the world. But anyway.
Country.
Yeah. Podunk. That's a good way to put it. But yeah.
America's
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah, America's the world. Yeah, but yeah, he does even narrow it down to a specific like portion of the neighborhood. We'll say like a street. He says, as far as exact address, it seems to be somewhere on this road here. You may still have to ask around again. Actually, you know what? He didn't even give you an address. Like it probably has like a street number attached to it. So you have the location of the individual. He's like, that's what my contact was able to find for me. As far as your guy, of course, again, be cautious moving into that area. It's a rough neighborhood. You know what I mean? And depending on how you handle yourselves, not everybody's so welcoming as I am when it comes to inviting in someone into your front door. I will, however, say, though, it does pique my interest that you're heading into that specific neighborhood. I actually could make you a proposition. I have an individual down there that has acquired something for me, but of course, me holding the mask that I do as a upstanding businessman as myself can't be seen in certain neighborhoods. Otherwise, it tends to makes people ask questions. But I do need a package picked up down there. And if you would be willing to grab it while you're there, I would owe you one. And I, of course, mean that in the most kindred sense I could offer. A minor boon for just simply grabbing a package.
Well, how is there? Let's see. This package, what size are we looking at here to carry? Is it going to be something that we have to?
It's
something.
One by one. A small courier bag could hold it. Should be no more than a simple box. I collect a lot of things. It's amongst one of my many collections, of course. I had this individual procure it for me. Now, as to what means he procured it by, I do not ask, but he was able to come through when others couldn't, and I simply need to have it picked up, and I don't want him coming here, nor do I want to have to make my way down there if I don't have to. So I just
felt that sorted out.
Since you were in the neighborhood, as it were, it seemed like a likely, a good opportunity, and I don't mind trading in favors.
How safe is the pickup?
The contact is one of my own. He's a Bruja, if that gives you any information as to how safe it is. I mean, he has been rather embedded with that group for a while, but as far as his affiliation to me, he has always came through. I trust that he will do business accordingly. I don't feel that he would cause you any grief or harm It's just simply, the neighborhood in which you have to travel to get to it. But it's actually only about a block. If you were interested, I could also give you the contact information for him as well.
Before I s- before I say anything, or before anything else, how important is this package? Just to gauge certain things.
As I said, I am a collector of sorts. I love a good drink when I can, a fine cigar. It's the finer things in life. I simply just, had someone procure something that's a little older for me. Like I said, it's not a living person if that's what you're concerned about. I wouldn't die if I didn't receive it, but I am greatly anticipating, getting to add it to my collection without being
What?
too specific.
What kind of things do you collect? I might have something.
Well, I don't want to give away all my secrets now, do I?
Well,
Probably
I mean,
next thing you should just drop it.
He said, I will, I
well,
will.
I'll just keep all the fancy stuff that I have acquired to myself then.
Well, listen, if you're looking to sell art and or antiquities, I am always in the market to buy. But it would be uncouth of me to share too much, to divulge too much information, seeing how someone else had acquired it. If anyone else, if by any means that someone comes looking for him and then it comes back to me, I would rather disassociate myself with any connection. I am not sure by the means of which he acquired it.
Oh, I don't mean, I'm not asking exactly what he acquired, but I'm just curious in the things that you generally collect. I mean, I might have a few things that I could part with, depending on what you're a collector of.
He says, well, it's anything aged more than 20 years and comes in either a bourbon, scotch, or brandy, I would definitely take interest in. But I also do have a small side business that deals in buying and selling art or, certain sculptures, busts, pretty much anything that I can put in a gallery and sell sell at an overpriced price tag. If you present it nice enough, you'd be amazed what people will pay for a oil painting from a blind man in the 1800s.
Well, I'll get back to you onto that at another point. What do you guys say? You picking this thing up?
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I guess
I
if it's on the way,
I would owe you one. It would definitely be something I would be willing to trade a mild to moderate boon for.
Jamal?
As a sign of good
If
faith
it's
to our new alliance.
We never said anything about alliance just yet. We have to.
Friendship, shall we say.
That's a little
friendship.
bit more like it until we get a little bit more acquainted.
speaking
Don't want to
of
jump to.
friends, um, are you familiar with Anthony Petrov?
Give me. Let's see. I think. Let's actually look at your character sheet and see what you're good at. Uh, hmm. It's not the best role for you, but it's not bad either. Go ahead and give me wits and insight. You're essentially just rolling your wits at that point. I know you don't have much in insight, but yeah, go ahead and give me a wits and insight roll.
There I look.
It's a
Yeah.
1.
Can
All right.
I do a willpower on that?
You can, but you can roll. You can only roll 2 dice because the third one would be a blood die. So yeah, you can only roll the standard dice. But yeah, you can re-roll 2 dice on that if you want to.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Nice. Well played. In that case, yeah, as soon as you say the name, you definitely see a sense of recognition and almost a little bit of, I don't want to say trepidation, but almost kind of like irritation at the mention of his name. That stands out. And he says, I am familiar with the name. Kindred. Not necessarily from around here. Made his way in a couple years back with the Camarilla. That's not my, I don't know much about him. Of course, I don't know much about the Camarilla either. I have been an Anarch born and bred into this world. But I do know that he was a rather ambitious individual. Cocky. I don't want to use the term business savvy, but business associated. He beat me out on a couple of buildings at one point. He was buying up production studios at one point that I had interest in. That's really about all I know of him. But I do know that he was older and well affiliated as far as the Camarilla goes. When you have this much money, or that much money, should I say, people tend to let you do what you want to do. It buys you a certain level of power. I don't think he was their greatest warrior in the war that we had just overcome, but he was definitely fueling the banks as far as that goes. So there was a great deal of people that would have stuck their neck out at that time to protect him. But the Camarilla's all gone now, so, what makes you ask about Anthony? It's a name I haven't heard in years.
Actually, there's one question I want to ask before. With he said that he bought up multiple art studios. Would that technically fall under the thing that the will, or?
Something you might have to look into.
Okay, I didn't know because I remember we saw the will. I just didn't remember if that was part of it or not.
You definitely remember that, along with the penthouse and as far as the penthouse and all the possessions and belongings attached to it, you know that those were attached. But as far as like all the accounts and what he actually owned, it was all managed by the lawyer that we had mentioned, whose name I don't have right in front of me. But yeah, he was in charge of all the business holdings. So that might be somebody that you would want to ask about that.
All right, that's another double check. Go ahead, Nimar. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just curious if you've heard anything in the last year.
Definitely nothing within the last year. As far as I'm aware, when the rest of the Camarilla turned tail and fled, so did he. I assume, if he has no reason to stay here and, bankroll their interests, he probably would have went somewhere where they could have offered him more protection. Like I said, he wasn't much of a fighter, but he was clever with money and had plenty of it. So
Interesting.
still regret not getting that damned hangar. It would have made a great place of estate. Either way, missed opportunities. You see him kind of get lost in his own thought for a moment, angry over a business deal going south.
Well, I say, we have our business to attend to. Anything else, anybody?
Before heads out, I would like to look around for Nab.
Look around for what?
Something to procure.
Oh, I mean, there's a bunch of stationery as far as that goes. Without
Something
actually.
that isn't that noticeable, but yeah, it would be a little more valuable than the stationery. Come on.
His paperweight is probably worth as much as like a shitty car. You know what I mean? As far as that
Yeah.
goes. So like, yeah, if you wanted, he does actually have what appears to be a rather nice dagger. It's very small for a dagger. Like, but it's a letter opener, really. But it does look finely made that is sitting on the desk as far as that goes. And then there is a small, like, paperweight that seems to be made out of, either like a bronze or copper. That also seems really well made. Just like for something quick and easy to nab, that's sitting on the desk. Both of them look like they are probably would be considered an art item. You know what I mean? As far as that goes.
I think
Otherwise,
the dagger tempts me more. But is there a third option?
yeah, we'll say otherwise, like it looks like it's been kind of kept intentionally minimal, at least from what you can see on the surface. Anything else, might require some more deeper investigation. You know what I mean? Looking for, hidden doors or a safe behind a picture, which any of those things could end up potentially alerting him or breaking your invisibility as far as that
Yeah,
goes.
I also think those two items would alert him too. I'll head out with the group.
It's a shame.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, if everybody else agrees, he stands up with you. Well, for a deal well struck. I look forward to seeing you return. I'll be looking forward to my package as well. But if you have any problems while you're down there, you don't know me. But if you do encounter any kindred that give you any problems down there, make sure to take note of them, and I will make quick work of resolving that issue. Again, I do have a contact or two in the neighborhood, just to keep appearances. We can't let it be completely lawless down there, so I try to keep a man or two on the ground. But otherwise, I wish you the best of luck. Like I said, mortals are typically not that dangerous, of course, but their cameras and bad attitudes can go a long way, so just be cautious.
I believe we should have an all right time out that way.
We got it. I look around. Do we have everybody?
Yeah.
I just hold up the door. And,
Yeah.
And I
like,
sneak
or-
out
they're
Nice.
kinda-
with like
I
a poke towards your gut.
I think we have everybody.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry,
I think you're thinking about the other two that are missing.
I would most
they're right with us.
certainly like you to do a manipulation and subterfuge roll on that to see how well that plays off, Numerous.
Oh, numerous. Okay.
It played off really well in my head. What was that?
Yeah, in manipulation and subterfuge. So you got 3 dots in each. It's not a bad roll for you, but yeah, let's see.
Let's see.
We'll say difficulty
I can
2.
help him.
He hasn't been very observant. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah. It seems to go completely unnoticed as far as that goes. He doesn't, wait, there's a nos in here and start shaking a stick everywhere, checking the corners. You know what I mean, or anything. But yeah, it seems to have gone on unnoticed. But yeah, that was a clever move and a risky one all at the same time. But yeah, you give more than enough time for Bart to make his way through the door, and you do feel him kind of poke you on the way through to let you know that he has made it out. But yeah, as you guys re-descend back down through the building in the elevator, it seems like a good time for us as any to take our break. If you guys want to grab a quick 10-15 here, I think it would be a good time for us to take a break. Yeah, I want to thank you guys for everybody that's been watching so far. I hope you guys are all enjoying the stream. It is going to get heated, I'm sure, as they make their way into essentially, gangland neighborhood or whatever you want to call it,
We
but
can
yeah,
just have a peaceful stroll down the sidewalk. It'll be fine.
just taking a walk through the streets, right?
We probably shouldn't take the
Marina,
car. Nope.
Yeah, I was gonna say. That's actually the first thing I was gonna mention. Is like we should probably swap cars.
We can just walk. He said like a block.
it might stand out a bit, but maybe not. I mean, it just kind of depends on how that goes. But either way, that gives us a few minutes to go ahead and grab a quick break. If you guys want, go ahead and take like a 10-15 minute here, and we'll be back. Or should I say, go ahead and grab yourselves a break, a chat while you're at it. We'll do like a 10-15 minute break here. We'll be back down to like a 10:30, 10:35-ish. Try to get in a tight one since we started a couple minutes late, but that does give you opportunity to head over to the Ko-Fi shop, check out what rumors are in the game so far, and add some of your own if you're interested. Rumors, of course, are what drive our world and give you guys complete narrative control over our game. You want to be able to interact? That's a great way to do it. So head over there, check that out, and we will be back here in 15. Hang tight, everyone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We were trying to wait on Clark, but I think he's still finishing up real quick, so we'll just go ahead and get started without him. But let's jump right back into it. He'll probably just be a minute behind. Either way, welcome back to Rumors of the Dead. If you're just now tuning in, Rumors of the Dead's our little Vampire the Masquerade game. We do make it interactive in the way that you guys can always help completely create the story. You can add rumors and evidence to help steer the direction of the narrative, and actually gives you guys complete control of it. So, like, be easy with me. I have to run this thing. But yeah, if you guys haven't checked that out already, make sure to head to our Ko-Fi shop, check it out, all that good stuff. We were heading into gangland territory, right? So rough neighborhood, which I did look up, and I was a little bit off on location, but we're close enough. As far as that goes, apparently Athens Park's definitely
It's
like
a bit different.
right in the middle of South Central. We're at the top left corner of South Central, so it's all good. But our characters had just left Damien Steele's location, and we're heading to we're getting ready to head into that neighborhood. So, what do you guys want to do as soon as you leave Damien Steele's location?
I say we swap out the cars for something a little less flashy if we're going to go into that part of town.
Like, still, can we walk?
We could. How far is it from here?
From your current location, it's actually probably only a 10-minute drive. You could easily catch a cab. You know what I mean, if you didn't want to walk. But yeah, it's we'll
Bit
say
longer than I thought.
like 2 miles. His domain is definitely a little bit bigger than yours. As far as that goes, which is surprising. Considering he was apparently brought in as a landlord, so to speak, not too or much earlier than you guys were, but as you guys saw, money buys things. So him having a nice chunk of estate right in the middle, real estate right in the middle of this, helped him cut out a pretty big area. But yeah, so as far as his domain goes, just to kind of make things a little more, actually, let's make it a little bit bigger. He kind of owns an area like this, maybe. It's a little bit bigger than yours right here, and you guys are kind of heading into this gray area right here between South Central and Wilshire. So it's kind of debated territory as far as that goes. But he is claiming that this is his domain as far as that goes. But yeah, you're kind of right there on the point. But yeah, a couple miles. It's not too hard to get there if you want to head that direction.
Yeah, I would say we probably shouldn't bring the fancy car in there. Might not be a good idea.
We can, like,
I
take the
think we
bus.
can go for it. What's up?
So
Alright.
we can take the bus.
Could. I mean, if something happens to the car, I mean, I'm not too sad, but I would prefer to keep it.
Well,
Yeah.
I still think even in the short time we're there, a car probably is only a somewhat chance of it getting stolen.
Do you
It's
really
one of
want
those
to? You really
if
want
you
to play
roll
with
the dice. I'm not encouraging it. I'm just pointing out that we aren't living in some hellscape where it's just, ooh, you left your car for 20 minutes and then it's torn to pieces.
I like how you say
Sure,
roll
if
the
it's left
dice.
there.
Like, I would roll dice to determine whether or not the car got stolen. Like, I would
Yeah.
I mean,
leave such a thing to a dice roll. I would
Really, we
never.
could just
I mean-
leave like one person with the car. That would be a possibility.
have you not seen, like, was it that there's a lot of people that just, especially in LA specifically, that go around carjacking and breaking into cars by just smashing the window and grabbing things in them. It's one of the most.
Uh-huh.
This is like the most famous place for that.
Well, do we even have stuff in the car? Like, I didn't leave anything. I carry shit in my backpack.
Well,
so-
for this car, they probably wouldn't just want to take what's in the car. They probably want to take the car.
Oh yeah, but it also has securities
Well,
for that. Like, surely there's some like better anti-theft things in this thing than a fucking Kia.
So as far as you can tell, the car being nice, it has had some extras put onto it. You know what I mean? And by that I mean does have a really nice stereo that's been thrown on. You can
That's gonna
talk
get
to it.
stolen though. Yeah, shit.
Yeah, you could talk to the stereo type of deal. They've upgraded the stereo system to include a screen, etc. But as far as the car, you're not sure if it has any extra securities or whatever. But knowing what little bit you guys do about LA, I know you guys are all relatively newer here, but you guys do know that
I'm a
they're.
local.
Oh,
Literally,
that's
we're
right.
actually going
You
closer
are a
to my
local.
own home place.
I-
Don't actually say to the group, but I do say mentally.
Yeah, speaking more for the the group as a whole. Most of you are newer to the area, but you would know again, like one street you have very nice manor houses. 3 blocks over you have the barrio, or whatever So like it can shift very quickly if you wanted to just simply drive yourself close enough and then walk the rest of the distance. That's definitely a possibility. Or you could, take one of many of the other options, ride shares. I mean, you can Uber anywhere, man, as far as that goes. If you
Like-
wanted to leave your car here or, where it was more safe, you probably like, I don't think you necessarily had valet parking, but you're definitely in a private lot, at very least in front of this, this business that he has run. So yeah, you have that as an option.
I say that we could probably get there another way without risking the very, very expensive car that we just acquired.
Bus and then walk around from there. We are people that can even like power walk. It's one of those things of a weird thing. As a kindred, you do have stronger strength, so therefore you can get places through walking without too much difficulty.
Arena especially.
Oh yeah.
Like, also,
Go
do
big.
not show your supernatural powers of power walking, but we can power walk as pretty good
Well-
human.
Well, I mean, there's also a lot of people in this town that are very good parkourists.
Oh, that's a fun option too. Yeah, you mentioned that. I think how you
Well, I mean-
are wanting to explore those things as options.
I mean, just in the sense of like what is it? Seeing someone, doing some, cool things and like going like quickly in the street, or just like, doing some like weird like tightrope walking on like some things to get around something. Not most people around here are probably gonna be like, oh, that's cool, and not really think too much else of it.
Oh yeah, I guess it is a little bit less weird than power walking through the hood. No, that was a dumbass option. I like
so yeah,
doing some parkour through this shit though. Like,
if you guys want, you can easily leave your car here and grab either an Uber or catch a bus, whichever you want. You can hail a cab. It's not too hard to do.
Yeah, but
If that's your preferred method to get towards the
Right.
neighborhood.
if bus
That's
is
the
still
cash.
open, sure.
Yeah, and bus is still
Yeah.
open. You know what I mean? You
This
pay
is a bunch
$1.
of crew outside Marina. Like, we get that you confront us, but like, the rest of us are trying to pay for ourselves.
Has anyone had that discussion yet? Right?
We're probably. Because
I mean,
we're probably scarier than anything on a bus or anyone who's going to mess with their car. So either way, guys, I'm fine with it.
yeah, I'd probably just take a bus. I'd rather not leave the car for 5 minutes and come back to it and see that it's either gone or windows are broken into and someone has tried to rifle through it to find something.
As far as this area goes, like I said, this is a private and secured lot. You know what I mean? You take a look up and there's like 4 cameras above you where you're at.
Yeah, we're talking about, like,
So you
where we
feel
were
like
if
this
we were
would be a
driving,
pretty
yeah.
safe place.
Yeah.
You stroll to the corner, wait for the bus. Get on the bus. There's some smelly people. There's one guy that keeps falling asleep on you, Namar. He keeps like slowly, sorry, buddy. And then
Wait,
immediately
it's not
does it
that-
again. By the end
Are
of the
there a
bus
lot of
ride.
people on the bus?
No, there's like 2 or 3. Late night crowd, Sunday night. You know what I mean?
Newmar's-
Yeah, he still chose to. Yeah, the guy got on like a
According to-
stop after you and chose to sit with you, even though
dude,
there's lots of other open
Mark.
seats. You know what I mean? There's lots of other seats, but he kept coming to yours for some reason.
Yeah, how do you react, my dude?
This guy smells like hot wings and beer.
Absolutely.
Just
On a
I
fun
think they
day.
let
say
them.
that out loud to him.
You smell
at,
like hot wings and beer.
at some point, you get a small whiff of urine wafting up from this man. You're not sure if he's actually urinated himself or he's just, got a lot on his pants or shoes or what it might be. But yeah, he apparently had a good night at the local tavern that he was at, whatever it might be. Watches some football games maybe. But you do
Yeah,
arrive
shout
in
out. I
Athens
think he
Park,
peed on
which, like I said,
himself.
we'll just call it Athens Park for the time being. But yeah, you arrive at the neighborhood. So as you get dropped off at the bus stop, so the nice area that you left is of course left behind several blocks before, where you had nice well-lit streets and manicured gardens. Now or like should I say garden flower beds in front of businesses. Now you get dropped off at a bus station that seems pretty abandoned. It has at least two bullet holes in the actual booth to the bus stop, and there is a blinking streetlight flickering a little bit above you. But taking a look around, there's more activity here, honestly. You see people walking around the neighborhood, several houses with people sitting on the front porches. A couple, apparently one or two house parties that are still currently going on, or at very least it looks like a house party. They have people, milling around as far as that goes, in the yard and on the porch. And as soon as you guys get dropped off, you actually see another Mustang that's just like really nice and souped up come just strolling right past you real slow. And, you can hear the system bouncing as he drives into the neighborhood, seemingly unafraid of his car. But, yeah, you're left to the neighborhood and you know that you're about a block and a half, 2 blocks away from where you actually need to be. As far as that goes, you have two locations that you were given. One for the individual that you actually wanted to talk to, which was Marvin Firestarter Jackson, I think it was the last name. I can't
Yeah.
remember. I let
It was.
ChatGPT give me lots of names. But yeah, the other, of course, was a contact, and the name that he gave you was simply Red. Guy's name is Red, apparently. And he gave you an address to meet with him. Which one do
So
you guys head to first?
before I kind of look over, so for our fire friend, is the question, what kind of questions do we need to ask him?
Um,
So biggest thing is, oh hey, remember that time that you attempted to shoot at someone, but then got bonked in the head?
All
Why
right,
you
so
did that? Oh,
is this going to be aggressive questioning or questioning?
it depends on where they're at.
All right.
um,
Which one
yeah.
seems to be more like, which one do you prefer?
That's a real philosophical question.
Like, because I have a few ideas, but it
Like,
just depends on what we're going for, right?
yeah,
If we have the
um,
chance, is it going to be aggressive, or are we going to try to ease it into the try to ease it in,
I
sort of
don't think
thing?
that's a lot up to me. I'm able to give off just a little bit of threatening vibes, and that's about all I can really do socially. So,
Well, I have ways. I just want to
yes, I
be
totally trust
sure.
that y'all have ways. I'm just gonna be here as backup and a person with a shotgun. So, and invisibility. Don't forget about that.
Shotgun
That
is
we love.
definitely threatening,
Yeah.
um, especially to a mortal. Um,
Uh huh. Well,
but
hell, my fists are threatening to a mortal.
yeah, but they're not going to take it as threatening,
Oh yeah, that's
until
fair.
they get hit.
Uh huh.
Um, but if so, is it going to be? Are we going to? Do we want? Are we preferring aggressive if the opportunity allows it? Is that what is what I'm asking?
Um, I think the only way we're going to get information is by probably starting off friendly. But
Okay, because
he's a gang guy. I think he's probably going to start shooting at us if we
I
ask the
can
wrong questions.
I can probably get us information. Just tell me what I need to ask.
We're trying to find out why he
like shot at the specific person that was as part of. Do we know the other gang that this drug dealer was a part of?
We'll just say since this is a loose affiliation to Crips, or Bloods, you just know it was a loose affiliate to Crips. You're not sure
Oh, cool,
exact.
yep. So just
Yeah.
street affiliate.
Yeah, you're not exactly sure, you know, what subsect or anything like that, but he was loosely tied to Crip, in that neighborhood or whatever.
Well,
But yeah.
I say let's go.
Yeah, we kind of just want to know why he's at our club.
All right.
About to shoot people.
All right. Well, then let's say that we can definitely get that done. So should we go to him first and then go grab the package on our way back? Probably be the better option instead of trying to bring the package through whatever we're about to do.
Don't go bringing an art package to a dude named Firestarter.
Exactly. All right. Well, I guess that's where we're heading then.
Which now that I think about it, I just as a warning for y'all, I do have a fire extinguisher on my person, but if anything, I would hope that we can get another one on us, because...
Where did you steal a fire extinguisher? Do I remember this?
No, I just have one. You buy them for about $30. They work for about 2 years, depending on...
Yeah.
He just carries a fucking fire extinguisher.
Yes! It's like...
The smaller ones?
Yeah, they get the small ones, yeah.
A little bit better than a kitchen one. A little bit more of something that can like really get 2 to 3 people's worth of fire extinguishing done. Or like, you know, the kindred flammability is the main objective here.
Obviously not paranoid at all, but you guys begin having this conversation about fire extinguishers as you make your way down through the neighborhood. And the further in you step, the more you do start to feel a little bit more uneasy. For the most part, as you walk past the first house where there's kind of like a house party going on, again, you get a couple of cross looks, things like that, people checking you out, but nobody seems to make mention. But as you get a little bit further in, you actually see that on top of one of the houses, on the first corner that you come to, that there is actually a man standing on top of the house. There's like a balcony deck up there. What do you call that? I forget what it's called. Almost like a there's a name for it. Turret? Yeah, not like the gun turret, but I think that's what that's called. Just like
just
the kind of
tower type deal.
Yeah, right.
Houses.
Yeah, that you can stand on top of. It's more of a, you know, deck or balcony that's kind of on the roof of the building. And as you do see the individual up there, you do see that he does actually seem to have something that glints in the moonlight, that looks like a rifle. You know what I mean?
A gun.
And the house, very in specific, you see that there isn't anyone at the front door. It looks almost shut down in the front. But as you walk past, you see a very specific set of footprints, almost like a worn path that goes around the side of the house, where you can see one little window that's been lit up and like half open. You could assume this to be the local drug dealer, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. And he has his own sentry to keep an eye on the place. But yeah, you start to see more people just milling around the streets, you know, and definitely, you know, giving you some looks, you know, just kind of like, I don't know you, who are you type of vibes, as far as that goes.
Like, I think technically we have 3 hot people and a dude in the motorcycle getup right now, so we fit in a little better. Snowcone's actually more of our odd one out. If anything, he would be the welcome here as being a drug dealer, possibly.
He might go over well. Somebody, somebody's like, dude, I know you! He was at the bar!
The dancing man. The dancing man's been...
Still.
Exactly.
Beyond being outsiders, I think we're fairly chill and, like, cool looking. We're basically all young, so...
Yeah.
Can we pass it off?
Well, I mean...
Or, like, try going in smoothly into this environment?
Fair enough.
Sorry about that.
No worries, man. We just went ahead and jump back in. But yeah, so like you start making your way down through. Like I said, you do pass by the one house, and you can see that it's definitely starting to get into a little bit rougher section. You know, after you pass by the guy on the roof with what appears to be, you know, either a regular rifle or a sniper rifle potentially. you definitely start to see more people milling about the streets and making their way around. The graffiti starts to double down. You start to see more and more graffiti as you move in. And it just seems like the neighborhood has kind of been taken over a little bit by this gang in specific, and kind of uses their home turf. Less family houses, and which ones you do see, at 11 o'clock, their lights are shut off. They're down for the night. They aren't messing around after dark. Those that are out are typically looking for trouble. You definitely see a lot of corner boys as far as that goes. Dudes standing on a corner just acting casual. But you could almost assume that if you needed something to powder your nose with, these would be the guys that would have it. As far as that goes. But as you come around the next, kind of corner, in order to get to the area where you are headed, you do pass by one house in particular that has several people just sitting out on the stoop, and they do actually kind of start catcalling at Marina specifically. Hey, baby girl, come here. Hey, you know what I mean? Throwing out a couple of yells, just casual. It doesn't seem to get too bad, you know what I mean? But when how is it that you kind of handle it when they do yell at you? Do you stop? Do you flip them off? How do you proceed?
No, she just sort of keeps on going.
Just sort of keeps on going. At that point, you'd actually kind of hear the guy say, "Hey, come on, don't do me like that. You just gonna snuff me? Hey."
Oh, she just giggles loudly as she's walking.
You definitely see that, they kind of take a couple of steps, but do not follow any further. But as you reach the, kind of end of the road, make it onto the next alleyway, you do see the house that you were told to go to. And it also seems to have some sort of an event going on. There's probably 10 people standing on the porch, some out in the yard. You see a couple of cups, a couple of drinks. As far as that goes, it seems people are more or less just hanging out at the house that you are headed towards. So this is for, what's his name? Marvin. The location where you were told that you could find him. So you do see that the house is currently, jumping. You can hear music blaring as far as that goes. A couple people hanging out front. But that is definitely the house that you are supposed to head to.
All right. Well,
So should we all just tell them we want to buy drugs?
I don't think
If
that's going to go well.
If anything,
Always
we
the
could
answer.
maybe try like networking for Snowcone here. If it's like saying, "Oh, hey, you can make a connection. We can't do it exactly tonight, but in the future, are you interested? We've heard that you are in the market," or something
Well,
like that.
Either way, I can definitely get our friend in there. I mean, more than likely, probably get our friend in there, separated from the rest of the group.
Okay,
To
do we
talk
go
to him.
straight forward saying that we're looking for Firestarter? That
I say you guys might mingle a little bit better, and I can go in there and look for him, and I can drag him off somewhere, and we could all have a conversation.
Yeah, that
this would
sounds
be like
about
my
right.
first party.
Yeah, if you think you can do that.
Gotcha. So
All
you
right.
just make your way up to the front of the house.
Yep.
As you make your way, you make your way up to the front. A couple of people, step aside to essentially let you up to the door, where you do see a rather large dude that is kind of playing doorman at this house party. And as he sees you kind of stepping up to the door, he says, "Nah, fuck no, next one," and just points. He did, like, not even in a
Who's
real
stepping
direction.
up?
He just points anywhere else. Next house, not this one.
Wait, which one? Wait, who?
Sorry, what was the question?
Wait, what did he do?
I say he as soon as he sees your group approaching, you know what I mean?
Numar's
4 people that he just
beautiful.
totally doesn't
Numar's
fucking
say-
know. You know what I mean? 4 people he just has no clue. He just says, "Nah, you got the wrong one. That one. Down there."
She
No,
sort of,
You know what I mean? Just points off.
Marvin.
she sort of responds like, "Well, actually, I'm some people actually invited me here." Sort of winks at him. These are just some people that I thought might fit well around here.
He's like sat. He looks around you a little bit to the rest of them. Bart, I mean, obviously still wearing the fucking helmet and everything else.
You
And you need to give me a persuasion check on this one, unless you're using any
would it be
discipline influence. Let me go ahead and pull up
um
your character here. Let's see what you got.
I would
You did
have
mention Marvin's name, so I will decrease the difficulty a little bit for that. You give a
Alright,
name
yeah.
of someone that's actually in the vicinity. But yeah, this was probably just going to be charisma and persuasion. You know, I mean, unless you got anything else that you think would
I'd say
work better.
would be more manipulation because I'm trying to let him and convince him to let us in. Like
Yeah, yeah,
or
that's
would it be
fine. Yeah, no,
Alright.
it's a little manipulative as well. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
said I
So-
think these guys would fit in here. I
Yeah.
will say.
persuasion and
Where's the
manipulation, and also
cool
have
cat?
what is so I think have awe. I don't know exactly how
Ooh.
this works.
There you go.
That adds
So
dice equal to your like level of discipline.
Oh, so I have added 2
it
to
does.
that as well.
Yeah. So you kick on
Oh, shit.
awe, and
Well,
throw a little
um,
bit of extra flair your way. People are now looking at you as you kind of turn that on. You know, a couple of people that were ignoring you before are now giving you a little bit more attention, but they seem interested in you,
let's-
curious as
let's-
to like, what's this person? Are they a celebrity? Do they have a, you know, who is this?
let's just say there's gonna be about a lot of dice about to be rolled.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's like 8 dice, right?
Well, you wouldn't have needed to do the full roll again, but still.
Jesus,
Alright.
yeah.
Oh, the scepter
Either-
feature's over.
Either way,
I get it.
persuasion and
Nice.
manipulation. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, the guy immediately. Now that you know Marvin, but he's in back. Don't cause no shit while you're here. I don't want no trouble. And he takes a step back and kind of like eyes each one of you as he walks through the door. You know what I mean? I think as far as that goes, you know, he kind of looks a little weird at Bart, like, what the fuck did that? Why the helmet? You know what I mean? I think
my
everywhere it
God.
goes, it's just like, why the helmet? You know what I
I
mean?
mean, I can show my ID as a fucked up face on it, so.
I don't think
That
he
will be an
cares about your
explanation needed.
age. You know what I mean?
Oh,
yeah.
That's the least of
No,
his concerns.
The face.
He was in a
Um,
burn accident.
Yeah. It was horrid.
Is he the biggest
Long as-
guy here? Or
He is
like,
definitely a rather large guy, but as you make your way in and finally get past the door and make your way into the house party, there is all kinds of cool shit going on here. You see that there is drinks, you can immediately get hit with the smell like there was 10 skunks having some sort of furious fight in here, you know what I mean? You know, a couple of people got, you know, lines out on the table, etc. There are, you know, people kind of just hanging out, chilling everywhere, mingling, talking amongst themselves. The music is very loud. As far as that goes, somebody's hooked up a system. You actually see somebody over in the corner that's playing like a mild DJ. You know what I mean? Not really spinning anything, but more or less just putting on new tracks when necessary, and has brought in their equipment to do so. But taking a look through the house, it is only a single story house from what you can tell. If there is an attic, it must be small, you know, more of a, you know, like crawl space type situation. But it's rather big, you know, so there's rooms everywhere. You know, he said he's just in the back and told you to go that way, but as you make your way into the living room, there is a large living area. There's a hallway that stretches back and then turns left, and, you know, presumably to bedrooms, kitchens, other rooms. So where is it that you how do you approach searching the house for this individual? I will say the only one that hasn't seen him would have been Marina. Bart, you would have got less of a glance at him, but you definitely still saw him. You'd remember his face if he walked
was
past
across
you,
the
you'd be like,
street.
hey, that's the guy. You know what I mean? So, you know, Marina's the only one that really doesn't know exactly who they're looking for. But yeah, how do you guys approach the sweep and clear?
Yeah, sort of look over, like, point him out, and I'll go talk to him.
I tap on the guy who's at the door, and I'm gonna mesmerize him and say, "Take me to Marvin."
Nice. Very
That's
simple,
the
huh?
method. Yeah.
That's the fun thing with playing with humans. So this guy is, of course, unprepared, he's not defensed, in a defensive state when talking to you. The guy who essentially looks like Napoleon Dynamite that just walked in the room.
The only thing I'm not sure of is if he would be able to know a person's name when under the influence, because like I know they can't like think.
So as far as like take me to Marvin, I think that's okay. You know what I mean? You're giving him a specific command. After that he wouldn't know anything else that you said. But no, as far as the specific command goes, that works. So yeah, go ahead and make your rouse check. You do fail. Your hunger goes up to 2. You start to feel a little twist in your stomach as you rouse the blood to make this roll or make this ability happen. Sorry, I'm taking a look at your character sheet. Oh wait, wrong page. So let's see, mesmerize. Yeah, I mean it just works, right? Okay, cool. You see the guy kind of take a look at you, and immediately his shoulders go from like a kind of defensive, I'm being big and imposing, to a little more slumped, and he kind of dazes off. Yeah, he's back here. And just starts walking through the house. So you see him kind of go back down the hall, the hallway that's directly in front of you. There's a living room, kitchen to your left, kind of dining area, and then he breaks left down a set of another hallway that leads into bedrooms. He makes it all the way to the last one, which you see, has a door closed on it. And as he gets to the door, he kind of just actually he wouldn't even tap on the door. He would just open the door. And as the door opens, you see that there are probably about 5 or 6 different people in here. All of them are definitely wearing gang colors as far as that goes. And the guy that you're looking for is directly on the couch right there in front of you. Sat out in front of him is, a couple of different things. You see like a mirror with some lines on it, etc. Drink cups just absolutely stacked everywhere. Guns, there's at least a handful of pistols. In the back corner you see a crate where there is like a crate with some straw on it, and there appears to be heavy artillery kind of back there. And by heavy I just mean like probably like SKs, you know what I mean? Just something that they could have got at street level price, something cheap and easy that they imported in. And it seems like they are having a private discussion. And as this dude just kind of opens the door, and is everybody else following behind, just out of curiosity?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
curious, like if I said take me, how far behind him would he let me follow?
Closer as far as you
Is he
wanted.
gonna, like, okay.
He wouldn't walk. I don't think he would walk too far away from you, because the order was take me. You know what I mean? So like if you fell back too far, he'd stop and wait. You know what I mean? But other than that, as he opens the door, you would probably be within. I mean, you're at very least going to be within that hallway. So there's a straight line to you. There's 2 or 3 other people in that hallway as well, but it's kind of a small hallway. So
He's not like holding my hand or anything, though.
no.
I would.
He's not carrying
say-
you.
I would say Marina would
Right.
definitely go into like with next to the dude.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
be like behind him, but like I'll let him open the
Yeah.
door first. And
Yeah, as he opens the door, you see him kind of almost shake his head. Marvin, dude's looking for you, and just kind of like turns and points at you, and you would actually hear Marvin say, "What the fuck, man? We're doing this shit. Close the fucking door." You know what I mean? But who the fuck are you? Let me make a roll for him. So actually, Numar, are you within eyesight? You know what I mean? Well, yeah, obviously you are. You're in the hallway at
yeah,
very
probably.
least.
I
So let me give him a roll. Hmm, 2 successes? Don't I fucking know you?
Huh.
I check.
You
He kind of
remember
point. He kind of like points past Marina. Don't I know you? And points at Numar. But do the rest of you make your way in, or what? I mean, you guys tell me what you're doing.
I think Marina would sort of go in trying to be, a little distracting, be like, actually, I think he was more or less talking about me. I was actually wanting to talk to you. Try to confuse him a little bit.
Gotcha. Let's see if these changes I made do me any good. Let's try and switch the map here real quick. And that loaded a lot faster, but that was also a pretty simple map.
Yeah.
As far as this, yeah, I mean, so this is just kind of my blank map to work with here.
Yeah. It's like a very simple map. I wasn't expecting that. Sorry.
Let me do that again. Let's see. I know it's kind of a shitty drawing here.
Ad hoc architecture.
Yeah, right. Make it do. But yeah, something like this when you walked in. So that living room area would have been divided, like half divided here. So living room, kitchen, and you guys are right here. As he led you. Shit. Down this hallway, this way, and took you into that room. So yeah, you guys make your way into that area there. Like I said, he is, do I know you? You definitely see people that, that were sitting with him, all kind of almost, some of them still remain seated, while any that were standing will actually take a step back, put their back against a wall. You definitely see people kind of putting a hand behind their back, you know what I mean, reaching for whatever they need to.
Yeah.
One person's hand definitely slides over towards one of those boxes where the SKs were. Do I fucking know you? Who the fuck are you people?
No, the Shoes Crater was like, you don't know me, but I'd like to get to know some of you all, if you don't mind me. She sort of smiles and winks at one of them.
You definitely yeah, I'll get to know you real quick. You can leave your presents outside.
Yeah, you guys stay back there. I want to have a talk with these ones.
Yeah, have that over in. Oh.
The dude kind of takes a look to the left and right and laughs like, I don't think you know where the fuck you're at. What do you got to say to me?
There's actually a few different things I want to talk to. You're Marvin, right?
For you, I'm whoever you want to be.
Well, then maybe I can have a conversation with you. A bit more. Actually, this one's Marvin, right? I look over. Look over. It's like, this one's Marvin, right?
Yeah. Do we confirm?
I come back around the side of the door and be like, yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. Yeah. I mean, you could point. I mean, it's obviously the guy sitting right in the middle. It seems to be his house, or at the very least his party, so to speak. And he's the one more or less at the head of the couch that everybody was gathered around, by the looks of it. So yeah, they could identify that person, but as you do, you kind of see a glint of recognition in dude's eyes, a little bit when he's like, yeah, that's the one. He's like, oh, you're that motherfucker that hit me with the sign.
Hey, it was all misunderstanding. They sent me here to smooth some things over. Okay, we have a little bit of a talk. Okay. She sort of smiles at him.
Do you still have awe up?
Yes.
That is helping. People are definitely having a hard time drawing their attention away from you, for sure. But yeah, he says, listen, I don't know who the fuck any of you are or why you're at my place, but you got to 3 seconds to start explaining. Hon, I don't know who you are, and I'm sorry that these guys brought you in, but you can stay, but You know, he's
Yeah, no, they will step out over to that side, and I just want to, and we can have a conversation, and we'll smooth things over.
Yeah, you would actually see two of the like him kind of look left and right. Two of the dudes are like, yeah, we'll go keep your friends company. And you see them step out with you guys. So now there is now two other dudes that are very big guys, kind of step into the hallway with you. And the door closes behind them. So Marina, you are now in the room, but everybody else has been pushed out unless somebody tried to stay in or any of that stuff. But Marina, yeah, you got like him and probably three other guys that are here in the room with you.
Yeah. Let's see. I need to read something real quick.
Fucking please tell me there's a discipline for this, right?
No, there's something I might. Let's see.
Meanwhile, out in the hallway, so you hit my dude with a sign?
Yeah.
You like to hit people with signs, do you, little man? Anybody ever hit you with a sign?
That's a total misunderstanding. That was a one-off.
Yeah, you
thing.
misunderstand something, all right. Fucking, he's intentionally getting up and like trying to provoke you. You know what I mean?
I'll try backing up Newmar and like just being a separate big dude who won't let the little dude be pushed around.
Yeah, definitely a taller guy. You know what I mean? Kind of standing there next to him. He says, I don't know who the fuck you are, Turtle Shell.
Like,
but
your friend there was bringing out a gun to go shoot at someone. It was getting real heated. Now, we'll see what that's all about. Hope.
Fair enough. Marina, did you ever figure out what you're going for?
Yeah, I was like, I mean, I would like to have this conversation with you, but in front of other people might be a little bit awkward for them.
Any of these guys can hear anything you guys say to me?
Oh, I mean, it's gonna be, as she winks, a conversation, if you don't mind.
Let's see. Man, this is gonna be rough. Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll. This is right up her alley, so.
Yeah, it's a lot of dice.
This might work for you, yeah.
I feel like the other guys want to be in there, though.
I mean, at this point, you've just asked him to have a conversation. You know what I mean? So I don't think you're being manipulative. I think this would be more of a
she's winking, like she's trying to hint into something more than a conversation. Yeah.
I mean, if you want the manipulation instead, I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? Manipulation, persuasion.
Yeah.
And you do still get to add your dice for awe that lasts the rest of the scene.
Yep.
8 successes. I'm not even gonna roll for him. There is no point. Yeah.
Yeah.
He kind of takes a minute and looks at you real unsure of the situation.
She just
guys,
moves
give me a minute.
Her shirt a little bit.
Give me a minute. I got this. You know what I mean? And you'd even hear the guy next to him like, you sure? He said, what you gonna do? The other guy goes, I got a few ideas. As he makes his way up, you see him grab at least his pistol off the table, puts it behind him, and then kind of steps up right to your face, and then steps around you as he grabs the door handle. Like, they're still trying to be very intimidating. But yeah, essentially makes his way out the door, and the other two follow shortly behind. The rest of you guys are now completely kind of surrounded out here in this hallway. It's getting real cramped. Yeah, it's getting real cramped. Everybody's pressed up against you, you know what I mean? As far as that goes.
Get a beer here or something? I
get
say
a
to
beer.
one of the guys just chilling out in the hallway.
Right. Let's see. I think the initial dude would just be like, nah, man, all out. Just ran out. But if you want to give me a persuasion roll, you can definitely give me a persuasion on that. This would be charisma persuasion. See if you can get a beer, or I'll even give you the manipulation because you're not going to be drinking it. As far as that goes. Marina, what is it that you say to this individual while these guys are having their standoff out in the hallway?
Well, we can get to that after the little part of the conversation I wanted to ask. About that entire thing with the sign, what happened out there? I haven't really heard too much about what happened. I'm more just curious, if you don't mind me asking at the very least.
Let's see. Check that roll so I don't forget. 2? Okay. He would kind of take a look at you and almost look a little curious. You know what I mean? I don't know what you're talking about. I went to a club. There's some people out in the parking lot, some sort of protest bullshit. Fucking, I step out of the car. Your guy hits me with a fucking sign. Shit seems too stupid. I left. Ain't much else to tell.
So you didn't point a gun.
I've pointed a lot of guns.
Well, that at that time, you know what I mean. I'm sure you pointed your gun at a lot of things, and probably a lot more.
Let's see. Look, I don't know what it is you're trying to get to here. But maybe I was there, maybe not. That's beside the point. I know that your guy hit me with a fucking sign. There was some fight. It broke out. I left. No, that's all there is to it.
I just want to make sure because there's been is there anyone that you remember seeing before you left in particular that rubbed you the wrong way?
I think what's the best role for this? Actually, pull up Marina's character sheet.
Because there must have been a fight that rolled started out, but is there someone that
Let's do. So etiquette is one of those ones where I think typically it would be used for kindred stuff, but I think it might fit here. But I don't think that's really what I want to roll. Let's see.
Or streetwise.
Yeah,
Politics.
I'm trying to think, you know what I mean? Because the guy, obviously the guy might know something, but it's really information he's not wanting to share at all. You know what I mean?
Look
So
at that,
just as far as
rule on persuasion, I think some of that could carry
Yeah.
over too.
it probably does too. Yeah, you're right. And still not using any discipline other than awe, correct?
Yeah, that's the only one I can really use. Unless if I take a bite out of them.
Unless you take a bite, yeah. Yeah, you know what? You rolled fucking 8. Like I'm not even gonna fight you on it. As far as that goes, look, I stopped off at a place on the way through. I talked to a couple of people on the way there. I know the dude you're talking about. There's a guy, kind of fucking looked like somebody's dad. Like a school teacher. He approached me. He had said something to me about someone else working my turf. I went to go check it out. That's all there is to it. I got there. Things were already a little bit too busy. Your friend jumps me from behind. I decided it was wisest to leave. That's all I remember.
Oh, did you happen to?
You know
Too
this
short of you.
guy. I'd like to have a few words with him myself because I'm a little curious about the events of that night also.
Yeah, she looks so confused for some. It's like, yeah, that maybe rings a bell. He's called. I think if I'm thinking, maybe he might have caused a few issues. Did you feel any weird after you had a conversation? You said he touched you on the shoulder, right?
Didn't say anything about touching me. I said we talked.
Oh, I thought you. Sorry, I must have spaced out there for a moment. She sort of just smiles widely at him. Just okay. Well,
You all right? Why don't you go ahead and have a seat? You sit down. You want anything here? And he kind of points down at the table where there's like half-drank beer cups, a couple of bottles, and at least a handful of different piles of Coke that are just kind of like dumped out on a plate. You know.
You got anything stronger out in the kitchen?
What you got in mind?
I don't know.
He's
Do you have any
almost
other stronger
chuckling
drinks?
at the idea.
I don't know anything stronger than what's in here. I'm not
think
seeing much
they-
strong in here.
Until they make something stronger than this. I mean, he just kind of sits down a bottle of like E&J. You know what I mean? Just sits it on the table.
Yeah.
So they make something stronger. I mean, you mix that with this one, and points at the plate. You'll be up all night, but it does the job. Look,
That'll
anyway,
do.
I stopped at a fucking Starbucks. I was driving through the area. I wanted something to drink. I stop in at a Starbucks 2 blocks away from the bar. I was heading there anyway. Dude approaches me, sees me stand there, said a couple of words to me. I don't know if he fucking slipped something in my coffee or what, but I don't remember much after that. Next thing I know, I'm getting hit over the head with your fucking guy over here slamming signs in the back of my head. I realize I am not in the best situation. Dude, I was looking for had already ran away. I don't even know why I was looking. Dude had already left. He was in the wrong place, but he left. I let it be at that. I came back home. That's all there is to it.
She sort of smiles like she sort of moves a little bit more of the shirt away, just a tiny bit. Goes, how about you? How familiar does this man for face wise to you?
Say he looked like a fucking school teacher.
Do you think
I don't know.
Think you could draw it?
Lady, I can't draw a stick figure.
Okay.
He had a mustache.
Mustache?
Like one of the dudes in the old pictures. It was almost like pointed, real thin. I don't know. It almost looked like a cartoon character. Hair flopped to one side, big parts. Yeah, he was wearing a button-up shirt. I mean, I talked to the guy for 30 seconds. If your problem's with that guy, go take it up with him. Like I said, it's the Starbucks 2 blocks away from the bar. There's only one of them. But
right.
otherwise, I don't know the dude.
Smiling, she leans up for his neck and lightly, actually, takes a bite into him, under where his shirt would cover.
He is under the thrall of awe, but I will go ahead and give one more roll. This one's going to be a little bit different, though, I think. I think we can
moves in,
still use...
seductively, sort of thing.
Right. Let's see. So this is going to be definitely more charisma based because you're trying to seduce. They don't have like a seduction roll, do they? They really need to
that's
add
under
that.
that's under persuasion.
Yeah, it's under the purview of persuasion. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also it's the thing I have expert the specialty in as well through my
seduction. You
speeding
do
thing.
Nice, well played. So the way the specialties work, that gives you an extra dice. That gives you an extra die on the roll. Go ahead, but I'm gonna say that the successes here are at least 4, 5. We'll just call it 4. He's still immortal. He's under your awe. You know what I mean? Shouldn't be a hard roll for you, but definitely want to make sure that you actually make a roll to get him to lean in like that.
So what am I rolling?
So it's charisma persuasion, but again, same as before, plus 3 dice because you got 2 dice from your awe and 1 die from your specialty. Seduction is your technique.
Oh no.
10 fucking successes, but it's a messy
Must be
critical. Let's see. Oh, as far as that goes.
That was-
So let's deal with the feeding first, right? So
Yeah.
as soon as you sink your teeth in, the guy goes from very standoffish and you know, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. No, sorry, I was going to use lingering kiss.
Right, yeah. I was about to say,
Yeah.
as soon as you sink your teeth in, he goes from the standoffish kind of like, all right, chick's just gonna try and blow me and get herself some, you know, out of this. This is her, you know. I've met 100 of these chicks, right? What do you want, a bag or a stack of money? What are you trying to get out of me, essentially? You know what I mean? But he's a little thrown off. He really feels super uncomfortable about the conversation he was having
Yep.
about that individual. He really doesn't remember much, but, you know, etc. But as soon as your fangs sink in, he goes from actually grabbing for a gun. As soon as he feels you almost like get too close, you see his hand tense on the pistol to immediately let go of it. It just drops, it slides off the couch, falls to the floor, and he falls into the ecstasy that is the kiss of kindred. You know what I mean? And it's like the greatest high that he seems to ever experience. Even more so, you're going to use lingering kiss on him, which I believe. Let me see. Let's go ahead and read this out, just out of curiosity. Can you just post that? I forget how to actually click it to share
yeah.
it. If you have a way of doing that, though, that'll
The
make it a
description
lot
or
easier.
the system?
Yeah, the description itself or whatever it's got there. The kiss of a vampire induces near ecstasy in mortals, but this power leaves other kisses in the dust. Mortals fed upon by the user become addicted and obsessed over it, and even seeking the vampire out for repeated feedings. Mortals often become anemic, self-harm, or even die from this addiction. But the vampires find it useful for cultivating a herd. So as you begin feeding, he definitely falls into it. You know what I mean? How many do you slake, by the way? Do you take 1, 2, 3 bites or
maybe
3
just one.
points? You know,
I
1
don't.
point?
Not even. Yeah, not even really. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
You
doing
take.
it for the sake of doing it.
Yep.
Yep.
Take a point of hunger. That's fine. You feed yourself. You can bring your hunger down by 1. And as you do, dude just falls into it. As you pull your teeth away, there is, of course, 2 fang marks left there. Do you know how to close that?
No, but as I said, She tried to do it like up under like the back of his shirt, so so it would be like covered by the shirt.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, the shirt, you slide, just, kind of let the shirt fall back over top of the holes that are now on the back of his neck. And as he kind of comes out of it, you see him actually almost kind of rub his shoulder a little bit like it hurts, but like as he's looking at you, there is a look of just, oh shit. Like, listen, listen. I don't know what else I can tell you. I mean, I can tell you what the guy looks like. I'm sure I can tell you what day I was there. The Starbucks probably has a fucking camera for all, you know? Everything has a camera nowadays. Dude had a pencil mustache. He had his hair swept over. He had a really bad part. Almost looked like a toupee. And a white button-up shirt. Came clear up. Had it real tight. He's like, that's all I know. But listen, if you want to stick around, we could get to know each other better. I'd even take you to dinner. He starts immediately trying to change the conversation to more of a smoothing rather than defensive.
Maybe next time. We might need to be going, but how about
Hey, you,
this?
you don't have to go nowhere. Listen, at least let me get a number, something here. Come on. I mean, you can't just.
You know
I
what?
mean,
How about
I feel like we might have had something here.
this, right? We're gonna be looking for this friend of quotes friend of yours. Maybe if you see him somewhere, if you spot him out, you can reach out. Was it hands him her number and be like, reach out and let us know where he's at, and We can have another conversation about that dinner.
Could do that. I keep an eye out. And, maybe I call you. He kind of is still pushing him, but he's like, hey, look, you really don't have to go. I mean, if you want me to take care of this guy, look, I can send
No,
4 or
take care
5
of him,
guys
and
out.
Just if you send them out, just
Man.
send him out to find where he's at and let us talk to him.
I can put this one dude in 6 dumpsters all across town if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, no, that's not what we need. You know how it is. If someone messed with your people, you would want to deal with it. He's messed with us way before he messed with you, so there's something that we need to talk to him ourselves. You know how it is.
I love a girl that knows what she wants. I am not gonna say shit, but
Only call
I'm
that
gonna give
number
you a
once
call. Like he's just like looking at the number, like he's actually infatuated by it. Like you can tell there's an obsession there. You know what I mean? That the kiss is fully taking effect. And he does keep rubbing his shoulder. You know what I mean? As far as that goes, but like yeah, he's definitely
Call that
feeling the
number.
effects.
Call that number once you found him, not a moment before. If you call without finding him, I will hang up, and then that'll be the end of that number.
All right. I understand.
Thank you.
But like maybe a text, right? You know what I mean? He's still pawing at it, of course.
Depends.
But yeah, he says, "Look, I'll get on it."
Gets up, she goes, she just sort of looks down for a second and goes, you know what? I'll save that for whenever you find him. And sort of walks out and walks towards the door.
Okay, fair enough. Switching back to the hallway where you guys were having your conversation, the dude that was standing up and got in your face told you there was none left, Numar. Essentially, his other buddy kind of puts a hand on his chest, says, "Hold up. No, dude wants to drink. Let's drink. Let's have a drink." And he kind of gets it for a moment. He's like, takes a minute and looks. There's an exchange of looks, and dude says, "Yeah, come with me, man. Let me take you to the bar. Let me get you something. Don't worry about him. He's a big softy. Come with me. As a matter of fact, all you guys, come on. We'll pour a round of shots." And he begins leading Numar. Like he would actually like try to put an arm around it and he's trying to move you towards the kitchen.
Yeah, I'd go with them. I assume everyone else is too. Jamal,
Everybody else following this procession down the hallway.
I'll try
Okay.
going more towards the exit instead of like going directly towards the kitchen. But
It is closer to the exit, but as you get to the end of the hallway where you would go right to make it to the exit, he turns left. You do see there is a back door, so that is an option. But as he makes the left and moves into the kitchen, he actually kind of says, "Hey, everybody, give me some room here. My man is thirsty. He's got a thirst. Let me help this guy out here." He says, "Come on, how about everybody come grab a drink? And he just grabs a bottle out of somebody's hand and sits it down on the table. He says, "Yeah, come on. We're having a good time. We're having fun. It's a party. Turn the fucking music up." You know what I mean? This guy's a lot more wiry, but you could tell definitely in a very aggressive stance, but saying the right things with the wrong attitude.
yeah, I
he
tried
says,
dancing along to the music to initiate being in a party mode as much as I can.
"Gotcha." So yeah, he says, "Go ahead, my man. Take a drink. Take 2." And he just points at the bottle that's now sitting on the table.
I'm already fucked. Nah.
Got eat food and iron gullet, so I think I can at least drink this.
Fair enough. He does not know that you are beyond the mortal coil. So you pick up the bottle and go to take a drink?
Yeah, I take a drink.
As soon as the bottle hits your lips, Bart and Jamal, you would both see that he reaches behind and grabs his gun and puts it to Numar's head, or goes to put it to Numar's head. Does anybody make a move?
I don't feel I'm fully in the place to be able to make a move, Jamal.
Actually,
I can rush for him.
like one swift move, he would probably go front and back, and as he puts one to his head, he would point another one, just like brandishing it generally in your direction.
How
You
quickly
know what I mean?
could I get the shotgun out compared to him drawing his weapon?
Oh, he's a lot faster at it. His is just tucked in his pants. Yours is in a backpack. He's going to get there a lot faster. But he just goes, as soon as he sees you grab for the backpack, he's, nah, your man's going to drink. Finish the fucking bottle.
Damn. Do it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and to him, this is an impressive feat. He does not realize who he's dealing with. Do you proceed to I mean, it's a full bottle that he's handed you. It's like a full bottle of hard liquor, you know what I mean? And as soon as you got it to your mouth, like, you felt the barrel hit the side of your head a little bit, and he is now essentially like, go ahead, put it the fuck down. No, put it down.
I guess if he's gonna let me, I'm just gonna keep drinking.
Yeah, that's his intent.
Trick to get it to go down real smooth.
Yeah, that's kind of his intent, is to make you drink it, feeling like you're gonna be puking your guts out in an hour. At the very least, he's just made a bitch of you in front of everybody. Is his goal. You know what I mean? So as you continue to drink, about halfway through it, he starts to change his posture, and he's like, "Oh fuck! Look at this shit, guys!" Fucking, as you start taking down this enormous, fucking, like, it's like a liter bottle, and you just keep going. Yeah, at a certain point, he actually feels the gun. You feel the gun kind of pull back from your head, and as long as Bart or Jamal aren't making an immediate move, he does kind of lower both a little bit. He's like, "Fuck me, man was goddamn thirsty. Shit, look at this guy. Well, fuck, boys. It's a real party now." And as soon as you get towards the bottom of the bottle, he like slaps you hard across the back. A little bit almost kind of comes out, spits out, and the bottle clatters. It's completely fucking empty. He's like, "Well, shit, it is a fucking party, isn't it? Come on, guy." Like, he throws an arm around you. "You're fucking with me." So by the time, Marina, you come back out, you see this situation where these three are all now surrounded with, people standing like pressed against walls. At first, still looking a little uncomfortable, but these guys are definitely like surrounded, like, "Oh yeah, fucking welcome to the party. You're here to stay. This fucking guy's a champ." You know what I mean? But it was you could definitely tell a tense situation that just happened. And again, as you walk out of that room, you hear, I'll text you," as the door clicks behind you.
Well, before I showed, I looked back, like, "You might need to deal with your boys out here. They might be trying to mess with my people, and I don't think any of us want that."
Fuck. All right, goddamn it! You see him actually like get up, and he takes a step in. So by the time he and Marina would return to the room, Numar, what are you up to at this point after that tense standoff? How would you handle the situation?
So I'm gonna say, like, as he kind of like reached or pat me on the back or whatever, I would have like dropped the empty bottle and broke it.
Okay.
And like as he kind of like grabbed my shoulder, I'm gonna kind of like lean in close to him and whisper and use mesmerize again and say, "Eat all the glass on the floor."
Oh,
then,
fuck.
Oh shit!
Fuck.
Oh.
So this does require eye contact, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yes, actually, I'm sure of it. But he would lock eyes with you, so it's not a problem. But yeah, as far as that goes, it does require, until you get like the third level ability, then they can just hear your voice. It does require eye contact. But like, he's kind of fucking like looking at you, and you're looking at him. He's impressed that you did it, and then also still waiting to watch you fucking throw it all back up. But as you kind of like lock eyes with him for a second, he's like, yeah, fucking. You just tell him, eat all the glass on the floor. Man, let me see
I want to say
mesmerized.
this too quiet for the other people to hear.
Right,
if I
yeah,
can.
dude. Music is so loud, not even a problem. There we go. Awesome. Let's see. The vampire can issue a complex commands to a victim as long as they have the subject's gaze. Relatively quiet situation in which it issues the instructions. It's not quiet, but I'm going to give it to you that you are, close enough to him that he can hear it. The instructions must be carried about immediately to the and not contain any conditional actions if you see Henry, as would
What
require.
happens when it comes to being harmed? Like, I feel the eating glass is a little extreme, but
That's
like,
what I was thinking. Mortal, commanding, resisting victim, another. Victim's natural. Commands that go against the victim's nature require a contest. So like that's the way I saw it. So
Okay,
like
yeah.
he'll get a chance to contest it. But yeah, as far as system goes, so it's manipulation and dominate for you. And it is going to be intelligence plus resolve for this guy. So he's got resolve. He does not have a lot of intelligence. I've been giving these guys general gangbanger stats 2s and 3s. So we'll go ahead and give him a 3 on this. So as far as that goes, I tell you what, I'm just going to take half for him. He would typically have 6 dice on this, but the difficulty will just be 3. Just in case anybody wants to know how I handle that, I use the simplified NPCs or simplified antagonist, whatever it is. Essentially, you just give a person a number between 1 and 5. Anytime they have to make a dice pool, you double that number. So a basic, average mortal would be either a 0 or a 1, whereas, a difficult kindred would be a 5. I'm going to place this guy like a 3 because he's at least got his buddies with him, you know what I mean? As far as his resolve goes, he's got some skill, so we'll give him the special bonus on this one. But yeah, as long as you can beat a 3, he will...
Dominance?
Yeah, what is it? Dominate plus manipulation.
Could I just do like the pool size modifier and add 2? Or I don't know how to select the dominance.
Oh, sorry. So let me help you out with that. So when you actually go to the ability itself, like dominate right there, you see the little dice thing on it. If you click that, it'll open a drop down menu. And you pick an attribute, skills or attributes. So let's see, that's going to be an attribute. Manipulation. Oh, it's already in there. Manipulation plus dominate. Already pre-filled, so now you would just hit the roll button. As far as that goes, do you have any sort of bonuses? I don't think you do. Yeah, so yeah, you would just hit the roll button and you're needing at least 3 successes. So you have 2 so far. And you can re-roll 1 die, otherwise it would be a bestial failure.
Oh,
I can only reroll 1?
You could only re-roll 1.
could he add on the dice that he's gotten from our glorious patrons?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you do still. Do you have any of those dice remaining? That's a great question.
Let's see where I am keeping count of that.
Because yeah, you could roll those dice without spending willpower. And what he's talking about there, guys, is that you guys have the ability to give them +1 dice rolls. So what that works is they can add an extra die to any of their rolls, and they can stack those and use those any way they want, 1 or 2 at a time, or they could use 5 or 10 and blow out a roll as big as they want. So yeah, it's up to you guys how well they succeed. So if anybody wants to pitch in on that, feel free. You can always give these guys extra dice. Help them be powerful kindred.
I got one of those. So can I use that and the willpower one?
Yeah. If you want to do both, re-roll 2 dice as far as that goes. Absolutely.
Yep.
And you only need 1 success.
Yay!
Look at this shit. 2 successes.
Okay.
So holy shit. So as Marina and Marvin make their way back down through the hallway and step into the room. You see this guy that, you know, the tensions are starting to settle down. People are, you know, the radio that like scratched out kicks back on, and things start, you know, people start talking and milling around again. You see this guy locking eyes with Numerous, and you can visibly see his hands shaking, like, you know, almost as if he was just furious or scared, one of the two. And you know, Numar, after throwing down the bottle, dude actually, you know, uncontrollably, but like very stiff move, like he's struggling to resist at every bit that he can, gets down on the floor and begins starting to pick up pieces of glass and shove them into his mouth. And you start to hear people like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Oh shit! You know what I mean? Dude's a fucking lost it. Did he lose a bet? You know what I mean? Shit like that. And you see the other guys are definitely starting to get uneasy. You know what I mean? A mix between hostile and what the fuck just happened? You know, tensions are definitely high at this moment. He's just like, yo, man, I don't know what the fuck's up with your friends, but you guys got what the you know what I mean?
I don't think that's us. What is wrong with your friend? What is he doing?
Fucking.
I would be playing it like, what is with this guy? He's having a bad trip. And
right.
Sleep away.
Exactly.
Fucking,
fucking Miles, what the fuck are you doing, man? Get the fuck up. And you see him actually go over and just like kick him in the ribs. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Dude, after getting kicked in the ribs, crawls back and starts trying to grab more glass. Do you guys take the moment to make your exit?
Yeah. I mean, what about you guys?
I would like to.
Yeah, I just like give a little gesture like to Marina, like, yeah, let's go.
I go, looking forward to that call as I sort of sneak out with them.
Right. Yeah, people just fucking part like the Red Sea for you guys. Like, I don't know what the fuck just happened, but whatever it was, it is not I don't want nothing to do with that. And about the time that you hit the door and start making your way out, you do start to hear the sound of a guy essentially throwing up, and you hear like blood. You know, it's very wet as he is just ripping his esophagus to shreds. That guy's fucking dead. Like, he is probably not going to be okay. I have a question for you there, Numar. Does this affect any of your convictions? Specifically, your convictions were maybe I should care more about people. You had one more. What was it?
Well, that's the touchstones. Touchstone conviction, but isn't the main thing that you can't go against Chronicle tenants?
Chronicle so Chronicle tenants or personal convictions would both cause a stain, right? At least that's the way that's the way I've always understood it. Let me see here. So I'm pulling up to your character sheet because I know I have your stuff.
As far as like the people should care about people, he did like try to point a gun at me.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
He's,
yeah,
like, kind of the guy that doesn't care about people.
Yes. So let's see.
He's kind of like off. I would say out of the scope of that realm.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. So maybe people should care. Remind me, we need to get you a second conviction in there. It's always nice to have two. But yeah. So as far as that goes, maybe we should care about people. That's fine. You're good there. And as far as the actual Chronicle tenants, don't let anyone take what we have built. We are stronger as a group. Lend a hand only when required. Rules to live by. That's the one that I was thinking of. So protect the neighborhood. No needless cruelty. And we are not beasts. I do think that this might fall under needless cruelty. Like, it wasn't necessary to go to this extent, but definitely, you know, required it required a response, but maybe not eat glass until you fucking die. You know what I mean? So I will say that this is going to incur one stain, only one. But yeah, you just mark. So like whenever you have to mark it on your thing, if I remember correct, you actually just click the little let's see, sorry, I'm gonna flip around on your pages here. So yeah, you just click the little, it's on your front page, yeah, it's on the front. And you click the little gear icon and just write in 1. I already got you actually, so yeah, and it marks the box for you like that. There you go. So yeah, you have a stain to your humanity. We'll see how that plays out, you know, at a later point. But yeah, you definitely hear the crowd behind you like, oh shit, dude's still eating it. Fucking, oh god, the blood. You know what I mean? Like, a couple of people break out the door with you. They're just leaving. Like, I want nothing to do with this. But you have gained a fair amount of information as to possibly how to track this guy down. Considering it was only about 2 weeks ago, you feel like if you were able to track down that surveillance camera, you might be able to identify this individual that they were talking about. It's never as easy as just getting a name, is it? But you definitely find some information from him, and he vows that he will try to find this person for you as well. So it's a matter of whoever can get to him first at this point. But due to his offer of putting him in 6 dumpsters in 7 different, or what was it? I'll put him in 6 dumpsters in 5 different territories. You know what I mean? That might be, you know, you told him not to. We'll see how well he listens.
Made it very clear that if it was not done that way, it would not go well. Or, you know, like, no more of that.
Yeah, that you wouldn't take the phone. The number would be changed. That's fair. With Lingering Kiss, man, it makes people do some fucked up shit, dude. This is where things get into things. Actually, yeah, while I'm at it, we are not beasts, protecting the neighborhood. What are your convictions now that I'm thinking about it?
Oh yeah, no, nothing bad. Was it eye for an eye, never turn out a thrill, and none may control me.
May control me. Yeah, that's fair.
Though
Yeah.
do you just only not know in character about licking a wound closed, or
No fucking clue.
have you not heard of? Okay, you just haven't heard of that in general. That's cool. I don't know how we're going to address that, and that's actually a significant issue because you're leaving behind direct evidence of us. But like,
No
cool
fucking.
for making a story beat. Good job.
I thought, yeah, it's definitely good for the story, that's for sure, and I
Even
love
Outgear
that
had
shit.
No fucking clue.
Yeah, so it turns
okay.
out it's vampire saliva. Just so Jackal knows, you have to lick the wound closed, and after, for some reason, licking it closed magically seals the wound.
Wouldn't saliva also
You
get
would
onto it
think.
if you're biting?
You would think. I guess it requires a little tongue on there. I don't know why.
I think the way that we'll be able to address it is that when we meet my Anarch contact, perhaps she can call us Licks, and then we can get that ball rolling, but that won't happen for
Right?
another
Yeah,
session or 2, quite possibly. So, hey,
that's a
whatever
fair
happens,
point.
happens.
Yeah,
Well,
good
it
thing
took a
for
little
that
bit-
ability that. Oh god.
No, go ahead, please.
I would say good thing with that ability though is he's not gonna fucking care.
Yeah.
If someone asks him, he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I don't know, I got bit by something, I don't know."
It was from drugs. Real awesome drugs that I want again, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, I want every day for the rest of my life. Definitely interesting, man. That's for sure. But yeah, you guys make your way out there. It is already 12 o'clock, so unfortunately we're gonna have to bring it to a close. But yeah, that's an interesting way to leave it as you make your way out, having gained whatever knowledge you came there for. Now all you have to do is pick up an easy package and head back home. Surely there will be no issues.
Surely.
Yeah, definitely no issues. But if any of you guys want to spice the game up by that, definitely, like I said, make sure to head to the Ko-Fi shop. That's where you guys can add in all the rumors. We haven't got to add any rumors in the last episode or 2. I'm actually kind of disappointed. So yeah, make sure to check that Ko-Fi shop out. $10, you can add a rumor, and that adds a lot of information to our game. We're actually halfway there to our next rumor becoming true too. So a couple pieces of evidence on top of it, and we will have a new storyline to follow. So yeah, you guys check that out. It's a really cool way to fully interact with the game. Like I said, as far as our D&D game goes, you guys can do a lot to aid the players and the characters. With this game, I tried to let it to where you could aid me, the storyteller, in creating the story. It's a really interesting way, and it gives you guys full narrative control over it. So check that out, and it always really goes a long way to keep the channel going. Speaking of keeping the channel going, guys, subscriptions. November is going to be the month where we have to bring our sub numbers up. You know what I mean? If we don't bring the sub numbers up to validate the games that we're doing, you know what I mean? We have to do that. You know, it shows that we're getting a crowd of people that care about the games. It shows that it's worth continuing to do. So I'm really counting on you guys to you know, I'm not what's the old telemarketer line? I'm not asking for an arm or leg, just a helping hand. You know what I mean? Type deal. But you know, just the tip. Anywho, you know, give what you can to try and pitch in on that. If you already have a sub, gift one to somebody and help bring up those sub numbers, because that's going to make a huge difference on keeping the channel going and keeping the bandwidth and all that stuff. But otherwise, I'm not going to harp on it for too long. If you guys want to go ahead and do your outros real quick. Jamal, do you have any final thoughts that you want to share with anyone? Do you want to? He is fucking half asleep up there. Look at this guy go. Somebody bit this dude. Bart, how about yourself?
Nothing much on my end. Hope folks had a good night.
It was definitely a
Sleep
lot
well.
of fun.
Yep.
I was kind of concerned how that was going to go, man. I always hate playing the tough guys because I'm just bad at it. You know what I mean? But I think in the end it worked out rather well. You know what I mean? But yeah, I enjoyed it. Well, to the right side of the screen, you guys have some links to share, so let me make sure to do that. So you should be able to share your link now, by the way, Jackal. As far as that goes, because I got rid of Nightbot. I unmodded it. I haven't used it in 7 months anyway, so I got rid of it. It shouldn't kick your links anymore. I will also give you a shout out.
All right. See, let me grab this real quick.
So there is your link for Twitch.
Yep. I do a plethora of things on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. At least I plan to soon enough. I keep on saying that every time, but I really need to get back into it. I've been trying.
All the more reason now that you can simulcast.
Exactly. But yeah, so I do a plethora of different things over on all three of them. Hopefully more often. YouTube's for more of my, you know, clips and stuff like that, and I plan to post VODs and do a couple different things over there. Kick is for normal other games, stuff like that, and whenever we do more D&D stuff on my side, I'll probably start streaming stuff over there. Since I think this Saturday is when we're
this Saturday. Yeah, speaking of which, this Saturday, if you guys like our D&D stuff, this Saturday Jackal's going to be running a game on this channel. I will actually get to play. It's going to be cool. We're going to give Jackal his first chance to show us what he does behind the DM seat. I'm going to get to sit in the player seat. I'm just going to tell you now, I'm not that great as a player. I've spent too many years behind the screen, but I'll do what I can. But yeah, it'll be a good time. 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. same time as usual, but on Saturday will be the time and day for it. So this Saturday coming, make sure to be there, be square, all that good stuff. Cool, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but yeah, I did want to make mention of it. All right, and as far as that goes, while we're getting the last one out there, I will also work on shouting out you there, Numerous.
All right. Just want to say, super grateful Marina did all the investigations since I just basically killed a person. I kind of burned that bridge if we go back.
Well,
but yeah.
they don't know.
Yeah.
This whole coterie this whole group of gang members just keeps getting dominated, and they have no idea why. Like, what have I done wrong in a past life?
We got way too much down there. I had to have fun with it though.
Oh yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah. Other than that, though, besides getting the stain, I stream Thursdays and Saturdays usually on my channel, just numerousness. And this Saturday, I'll probably be in the game we're talking about with Jackal. So
Yeah.
that'll be up in the air as far as what times I stream then. But
I'm just
I'll
excited to
try
sit next to you at the table instead of, across the table. You know what I mean? So that'll be fun.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Our non-dynamic duo should be a pretty good time. But yeah, go over, give him a check, shout, or there it is, shout out. I had to wait the 60 seconds, but there's a shout out for Numerous. Please, guys, go give these guys follows, you know what I mean? Make sure to check out their channels, follow them, friend them, all that stuff. This way you guys know when they go live. You know what I mean? A big part of, becoming a streamer and getting started is building numbers. And, if you guys enjoy what we do here and on this stream and on their streams, it does really help to show those numbers. So it's always really appreciated when you guys go in and, just even throwing a follow can go a long way. Subscriptions are a great way to keep us moving and help us pay for all the stuff. I mean, dear God, camera, $100 to $200, microphone, $100 to $200, lights, $100, computer, $2,000. Like it's not cheap to stream, so those subs really do count. You know what I mean? Every $5 goes a long way. I'm not maybe not speaking for these guys. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I know on my end it's gotten fucking expensive. Just affording the bandwidth. You know what I mean? Just affording the internet bill. So like, yeah, consider throwing a sub if you can. Donations when you can. It really does help out to keep us being able to do the content that we love to do. But we are going to go ahead and leave you guys there. I appreciate everyone that came in. Again, as far as this week's schedule goes, Friday we have Dungeons and Dragons. We're playing Baldur's Gate: Descent into Avernus. That goes from 8 p.m. till 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so 8 to midnight. If you want to check that out, it has Numerous, it has Jackal. They were both there. As well as some others that will join it that are part of that game. And then on Saturday, we're going to kind of blend the two. So we should have 50-Foot Ant, who plays, drawing a blank on his character name at the moment. Maxwell, thank you. I knew it started with an M. Who plays Maxwell. We got Jackal, we got Numerous. We've got Paul on this side, which is going to be the first time we get to see him play in D&D, which would be really fucking cool. Myself as the actual as a player for a change. Again, Jack will be doing our game mastering, so... Yeah. Oh yeah, Allie. Yeah. How could I even forget, man? Like, there's actually just so many people in this game. It's gonna be a really fun one shot. So yeah, come check that out. Make sure to be there. It'll be a good time. But until then, guys, I appreciate it. Like I said, check out the Ko-Fi shop, even if we're not streaming. I should say, if you are watching this on YouTube later down the road, still feel free to head to that Ko-Fi shop. Also, make sure to come over and follow us on Twitch too. Even if you're seeing it later on YouTube, really do appreciate the follows on Twitch. Come over, give us a follow, subscribe if you can. Subscribe to that YouTube, all that good stuff. Help us build this, to where we can keep doing these games and start branching out. I would love to do other one-shots. I would love to do more gaming. But, until we have the support to validate it, it's hard to, put in that time and effort to something we're not sure about. So please, if you find it interesting, if you want to see it continue, please consider doing those subs and follows and shares and signal boost and everything else that goes into it. And we appreciate you guys for doing it. We couldn't do this without you. So it is really appreciated. Everybody, y'all have a great night. I think we're going to go take a page from Jamal's book and pass the fuck out. So y'all have a great night. See you later.